Chapter 1: Jump into the Sea. Far away from the shore, a private luxury cruise ship was moving slowly across the sea. The sea was like a roaring tiger, churning tumultuously just like Tan Aining's present emotions. She was extremely frustrated like a tiger. She was in a casual white t-shirt and jeans, standing on the very edge of the deck on the cruise ship. One step backward and she would directly fall into the deep sea. What was worse, her right shoulder and left thigh were bleeding after being shot. She was trembling and teetering, but still struggled to remain standing there. How brave and determined she was! Actually, 2 shots weren't severe enough to make Tang Aining tremble and teeter. She lost lots of strength because she had been drugged earlier. Otherwise, they could not have captured her that easily. A man and a woman were the heads of a group of people standing against her. The woman was in a white strapless dress with dark red curly hair, heavy makeup, and looked seductive. Her eyes were full of joy. While the man, who was in a white suit, was around 30 years old and extraordinarily handsome. The two stood close to each other in ambiguous posture, seeming debauched. Behind the man and woman were 7 or 8 bodyguards, all in black suits. However, the man who was in white suit had an air of coldness. His eagle-like eyes were fixed on Tang Aining, who was standing right before him. The handgun aimed at her. He was ready to shoot. And the 2 shots to Tang Aining were from the man too. Why? Tang Aining squeezed her voice out of her teeth. Her bloodshot eyes were full of endless anger, pain, regret, and hope. She stared at the man and the woman who looked pretty close. Why? Interesting, the woman, whose name was Tang Yashin, snorted with laughter like she had heard a ridiculous joke. Tang Aining, you still can't see it clearly, can you? To tell you the truth, I am the person Ziyue loves from the beginning to the end. And you were merely a tool to him. That's the reason why Ziyue was unwilling to sleep with you for the last 2 years. You, Tang Aining choked. If sight could kill people, Tang Yashin and Chi Ziyue, who were standing in front of her, would be chopped into pieces already. Tang Yashin, Tang Aining's half-sister, was 2 years younger than Tang Aining. 10 years ago, due to the appearance of Tang Yashin's mother, Tang Aining's mother had mentally broken down because of anger, encountered a car accident, and had been in a vegetative state till now. At the same time, Tang Yashin together with her mother, the mistress, had entered the house. As for Tang Aining, she had been dumped by her father to a dark killer organization for training. And she had been doing many dirty deeds for the Tang family afterwards. Tang Aining was surely reluctant, but her mother was in her father's hand. As long as she dared to disobey, her mom would be killed. Chi Ziyue, although having an ordinary background, he was still outstanding. Tang Aining, who had always been clever but were deceived by that hypocritical man. Tang Yashin, on the other hand, couldn't care less about Tang Aining's irritation. She continued. Dad knows once your mother is dead, he'll lose control of you. Thus he deliberately sent men to chase you, to make you fall in love and be willing to do whatever he wants. Unexpectedly, you ignored so many men, but precisely chose my man because of an accident. And I had to sacrifice my man to act with you for Tang family's good. While Tang Yashin was saying, she wore an upset face. Even though she was pretending, she was still attractive. Chi Ziyue, who was standing beside her, comforted, baby, no worries, I'll stay by your side from now on, and I'll never leave you alone at night again. Absolutely. You, no matter your body or heart, belongs to me, and me only. Tang Yashin replied in her coquettish voice, painting circles on Chi Ziyue's chest with her finger. She was flirting with him, which made the man sexually excited and distracted. If they hadn't been in the middle of something important, he would have pressed Tang Yashin under his body and fucked her violently. Disgusting. Tang Aining felt more disgusted than hurt by the scene. If she hadn't been aimed by a gun, she would never have allowed the two being so shameless before her eyes. Tang Yashin's expression changed upon hearing Tang Aining's words, but before she was able to argue back, Chi Ziyue interrupted, baby, don't be annoyed. She's doomed. It's not a big deal to let her struggle by words. Tang Yashin calmed down after Chi Ziyue's explanation. You're right. Actually, I don't want to deal with her at such an early stage, but she already found out her mother's death. Anyway, I have to say she has a really intimate relations with her mother. She even betrayed the Tang family, and you, for her mother. After a short break, Tang Yashin added, Tang Aining, since you've done a lot for the Tang family, I'll give you 2 choices. 1, you can jump down alone, and 2, Tang Yashin wore a meaningful smile, 2, you can have fun with my fellows, and enjoy the feelings from a girl to be a woman before your death. How's that? Tang Aining clenched her fists, and her face turned displeased. She stopped struggling at the end, for now she had no choice but to die. Although she was able to hurt Tang Yashin before her death, she also knew it clearly that if she had been caught, she would be humiliated and raped by all of those bodyguards, which was unbearable to her. So, Tang Aining sneered at Tang Yashin and Shi Ziyue, saying coldly, if I will be alive, I'll definitely pay you back. Tang Aining's words were like a curse. Tang Yashin and Shi Ziyue felt threatened and chilly immediately as if the curse would come true one day, but before they could react, Tang Aining jumped into the rough sea directly. Tang Aining's body kept sinking downwards. She fell into unconsciousness gradually, but suddenly, she saw the jade pendant on her chest shine in red light, then she completely lost consciousness. City F, a third-tier city in this country. In a common patient room of the central hospital, there were 4 beds, but only the right one against the wall was occupied. On the patient bed was a girl, who was 17 or 18 years old. Her head was wrapped in gauze bandages. She was a pretty girl with beautiful features, but wore a solemn face, fixing her eyes at the news being played on the TV. Chapter 2: A reborn female student. The news was saying a female body had been found in the Sea of City B last afternoon. The dead was around 25 years old. According to the investigation, the dead was exactly the industrial espionage and killer that the police was chasing after today. While watching the news, the teenage girl still seemed serious. Nobody knew the teenage girl's soul had already been coincidentally replaced by the soul of the female body on the news. Yes, Tang Aining had been reborn. Was that unbelievable? But it was what it was. Even Tang Aining, who was proud of her excellent adaptability, had spent a whole morning to accept and face the reality. But since God had let her be reborn, undoubtedly, she would fulfill her oath of the last lifetime. If she could be alive, she would definitely pay Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin back. So, Chi Ziyue and Tang Yashin, let's wait and see. Tang Aining was back. She was back for the Tang family who had killed her mother and used her for so many years. The body Tang Aining was reborn to named Gu Ning, 18 years old. She was born in a normal one-parent family, and her mother gave birth out of wedlock. Because of that, the mother and the daughter had been humiliated and disdained by their relatives for a long time. As for Gu Ning, she was always called the bastard. Besides, the schoolmates despised, isolated, and bullied her as well, which was the reason why Gu Ning was self-abased, introverted, weak and inarticulate. Gu Ning's mother, Gu Man, was a common factory worker due to her lack of a college degree, earning around several thousand yuan per month. They lived a very hard life. Gu Ning was a senior studying in a high school of City F. It was just a semester away from the National College Entrance Examination. However, Gu Ning was not academically inclined, so it was difficult for her to be accepted into college. And their relatives had laughed at them about that. Someone even pretended to persuade Gu Ning to marry a random man after the exam for Gu Man's good. But upon thinking of the reason why Gu Ning was in hospital, Tang Aining turned displeased with her eyes showed slight anger. Probably because they had encountered the same problem. Gu Ning had had a boyfriend before she was in hospital. They had dated for 2 months. Her boyfriend named Xin Zhang, a student in the top class. Xin Zhang was a handsome, outgoing boy, and also good at studying. He was born in a rich family. His father was the head of the tourism bureau, while his mother was a director of obstetrics and gynecology department in the hospital. Xin Zhang was a son of the authorities. It had been beyond Gu Ning's imagination that such an outstanding boy would have chased her. Most importantly, Gu Ning had secretly fallen in love with Qin Zhang for a year. Although Gu Ning had known they didn't match, she had been unwilling to reject. A few days later, she had accepted. But everything had come to an end right away yesterday. Yesterday had been a Friday. Qin Zhang had asked Gu Ning out for a meeting. Gu Ning had believed it must be a date, but to her surprise, Qin Zhang had appeared with Gu Xiaoxiao, and he had said he wanted to break up the minute they had met. Gu Xiaoxiao, the daughter of Gu Ning's uncle, was half a year Gu Ning's senior. While growing up, Gu Xiaoxiao had been instilled by her parents that Gu Ning was a bastard. Moreover, Gu Ning was more than beautiful than her. Thus bullying Gu Ning was always funny to Gu Xiaoxiao. Gu Ning, Qin Zhang never liked you. He was with you only because it was a bet between us. I told him if he could have you to be his girlfriend for 2 months, then dump you, I'll be his girlfriend afterwards. So, from now on, Qin Zhang is my boyfriend. Gu Xiaoxiao had said in an arrogant way to Gu Ning. It had taken quite a while for Gu Ning to recover from the shock. She asked Qin Zhang, "Is it true?" Qin Zhang, who had been looking at her with disdain, replied with intense dislike, "Absolutely." Gu Ning, do you really think I would like you, such a poor girl who has nothing? If it hadn't been for Xiaoxiao, I would not have bothered to give you a glance. You're disgusting. For now, Gu Ning could barely stand. She had believed she had met her Prince Charming, but it had turned out to be an absurd joke. Gu Ning couldn't accept it. She had run away in shame, but had been caught by a car accident. Her brain had been badly damaged while bleeding endlessly, while the driver had escaped. When she was awake, she became Tang Aining. Right at this moment, 2 soft female voices sounded outside the door, and stopped Tang Aining from thinking. Here's 30,000. That's all the savings of me and your brother-in-law, but I don't think it's enough for Ningning's surgery. This was Gu Ning's second aunt, Gu Cheng. She sounded worried. After a few seconds, she continued, well, why don't you call our eldest brother? Gu Cheng said though, she didn't believe it herself. I already called, but our eldest brother said his money is all in his wife's hands. He's broke too. You know our eldest sister-in-law. Money is her life. One has to kill her first, then borrow her money. Gu Man felt resigned. Gu Qingxian, her eldest brother, was the richest one among the family, but also was the stingiest one. It was merely an excuse that his money was all in his wife's hands, and Gu Man knew it well. Right, how about our third brother? He said he just bought a new house, and ran out of money. It's all my fault to let Ningning suffer with me. If Ningning couldn't recover, I'll commit suicide afterwards. Gu Man was in pain and desperation. Although Tang Aining wasn't the old Tang Aining any longer, she still had her professional skills with her. Thus she was able to hear the voices from outside clearly no matter how quiet they were. And the dialogue touched her. When she woke up this morning, she was busy absorbing the fact that she had been reborn, and she forgot to let Gu Man know she had already regained consciousness. Tang Aining felt guilty about that. Accompanied by a quick sound, the room door was pushed open. 2 middle-aged women of the same age walked in. They were all in common, cheap clothes. Although their clothing was old and worn out, it was clean and tidy. Because they didn't earn much money, they barely took good care of their skin. And they looked much older than their real age. No one would doubt if they said they were 50 years old. Mom, Aunt. Tang Aining opened her mouth first. She didn't feel uncomfortable, because she had totally accepted the fact that she had been reborn. Firstly, she maintained Gu Ning's memories, which reminded her of the deep mother's love. Secondly, she herself held great desire for a mother. Those were the reasons why Tang Aining swiftly accepted Gu Man as her mother. Gu Man made her think of her own mother. Those two both had been abandoned by a man, but Gu Man was luckier than Tang Aining's mother. Though living a hard life, Gu Man was alive at least. Chapter 3 revealed expectational function. But when Tang Aining, or Gu Ning, opened her mouth, Gu Man and Gu Qing was surprised. They couldn't believe their eyes, seeing Gu Ning sitting against the head of the bed. The doctor had said there was congestion in Gu Ning's brain, and it must be removed by surgery, but now she woke up herself. Ning, you're awake. Although being surprised, Gu Man reacted soon. She burst into tears immediately, striding ahead, wanting to hug Gu Ning, but was afraid to hurt her. Thus Gu Man stood there instead, not knowing where to put her hands. Ning, you're awake. You're finally awake. Gu Qing rushed ahead as well. It was still unbearable for her, but she felt happy and excited. Mom, Aunt, I'm awake, Gu Ning said, holding Gu Man's hands in hers to comfort her. Right. What a relief that you're finally awake. Gu Man cried out of happiness. She clutched Gu Ning's hands in case her daughter would disappear. Gu Qing was in tears of joy as well. Such a drama was a difficult test for normal human beings. Oh, I'll go find the doctor, Gu Qing realized first, and ran out directly. Before long, the doctor walked in. He was also super surprised by the fact that Gu Ning was awake. What a magic! But it still needed a comprehensive check to make sure it was real. Therefore, the doctor arranged the exam for Gu Ning at once. After the exam, Gu Chung went to buy food for Gu Ning, while Gu Man stayed by Gu Ning's side to look after her. Gu Ning felt the strong mother's love from Gu Man. It was the first time that she had been taken good care of ever since her mother had been in vegetative state. Although when she had been with Qi Ziyue, she had heard of many sweet nothings, they were lies. After the meal, Gu Chang was gone for afternoon work. And Gu Man was free for today and tomorrow. She had applied to have the rest separate 3 days break of this month together, when Gu Ning had been caught by an accident yesterday. Gu Man had talked with Gu Ning for a while before she told her to have a good rest. Gu Ning knew Gu Man hadn't had any sleep since last afternoon, so she let her catch up on some sleep on a nearby empty bed. Though Gu Ning was awake now, and Gu Man felt greatly relieved, she was still worried before the final result came out. So Gu Man was reluctant to take a break. But Gu Ning said if Gu Man didn't rest, she won't neither. Thus Gu Man agreed at the end. Gu Man was literally tired. She planned to lie down to comfort Gu Ning, but fell into a deep sleep in a few minutes. As for Gu Ning, she couldn't sleep at all. She's staring at the ceiling, thinking about what had happened during her last lifetime. All of a sudden, she saw a pair of feet walking by above her head. Gu Ning was astonished and had her mind back instantly, but there was nothing on the white ceiling. Why she had seen a pair of feet walking by above her head? Was it a hallucination? Gu Ning brought her eyes back from the ceiling. She rolled her body, focusing on the nearby bed where Gu Man was asleep. The woman had withered yellow skin with wrinkles all around her eyes and brow. Gu Man, who had been living a hard life, never bought herself any skincare products, fine food, or expensive clothes. But she would try her best to give Gu Ning the best. Fortunately, Gu Ning was always a good child. Although she was self-abased and introverted, she won't compare with others because she knew her family couldn't afford. However, since Tang Aining was Gu Ning now, she wouldn't allow herself and Gu Man to stay poor and weak. Additionally, she was going to take revenge, and she must be powerful. She had ambition. Given that her enemy was the Tang family, she must be stronger than it. Although the Tang family was the third richest family in the capital, it was still a super rich family with billions of assets. And in a third-tier city, it must be the top one family. But the Tang family's glorious achievements relied largely on Tang Aining's effort. Tang Aining had done countless illegal things for the Tang family, stealing opponents' confidential documents, killing people, for instances. But Tang Aining had destroyed all the evidence for her own safety the last lifetime. It was impossible for her now to find and use those evidence to accuse the Tang family. Once again, Gu Ning was distracted. She saw a person walking by a short distance away. Gu Ning was astonished again, and had her mind back at once. But there was nobody walking by, but a white wall before her. Was she really having hallucination? No, in addition to a person who was walking by, she had also seen a familiar door with a number plate said 106. The room 106 was exactly the patient room that diagonally across hers. But, how was she able to see the door? Without a reason, she believed it wasn't a hallucination, but the truth. Unconsciously, Gu Ning looked back at the wall. She focused on it. After a while, the wall before her eyes became transparent. She could see the door of patient room 106, the patients who were walking about, the nurses and the doctors. Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Gu Ning's mind. Was this clairvoyance? Gu Ning was struck dumb by this thought. She had a deep breath. To make sure whether it was clairvoyance or not, Gu Ning immediately moved her sight to another wall. The wall gradually turned transparent, then she saw what were in the room, the patient beds, the patients and the equipment. Now she was sure that it was clairvoyance. But Gu Ning still felt unreal. She wanted more proofs. So she looked around afterwards. All of a sudden, Gu Ning felt a sharp pain from her eyes, then she fell into unconsciousness. In the dream, Gu Ning dreamed herself was sinking after she had jumped into the sea, and the red light from the red jade on her chest. Then, she heard a distant light voice. The aged voice said, "There's an ancient jade named the blood of the phoenix. It's made of the blood of a phoenix and the soul of the earth. It has magical power, which enables you to live forever or be reborn." Suddenly, she woke up from her dream in surprise. What had happened? While Gu Ning was confused, a piece of information dawned on her. After a while, Gu Ning finally figured it out. The blood of the phoenix was made of the blood of a phoenix. Because it was an ancient object, it had a magical power. She could be reborn exactly because of this jade. Chapter 4: The Doctor with a Gun. In her previous incarnation, she had coincidentally picked up a phoenix-shaped red jade. Although she had no idea whether it was authentic or not, Gu Ning had kept it because of her fondness for it. Unexpectedly, the jade had magical power, which resulted in her rebirth. Moreover, blood of the phoenix had been absorbed into her soul, causing her to inherit the power of the jade, as well as a pair of jade eyes. Everything turned crystal clear in her pair of jade eyes. With that power, Gu Ning also gained the ability of clairvoyance and of photographic memory. Spirit Chi referred to a type of pure energy that existed in the myriad entities between the heavens and earth, akin to the essences of the sun and moon. There was also a telepathic eye space. It was a still storage room. One could put any dead object before their eyes into this telepathic eye space just by mere thought. Of course, all of those actions, or the use of jade eyes, cost the power. In addition, a person who had the power could live longer, and can use the power to cure injuries and illnesses. The space of telepathic eyes became larger as the power grew, and was able to accommodate more things. Because blood of the phoenix was a jade itself, it needed the power of jade. Jade consisted of nephrite and jadeite. Nephrites included traditional gems like crystals, corals, agates, and so forth. Jadeites were mainly emeralds. As long as it has the power of jade, it would be of use. And jade was always popular and common, no matter in the ancient time or modern society. So, it wasn't difficult for Gu Ning to find jade. But, Gu Ning needed a large quantity of jade. Even she herself couldn't calculate the exact number. Thus stone gambling was the only way to satisfy Gu Ning's need. She needed to accumulate the power of jade for her jade eyes. Since she had the jade eyes now, it was so easy for her to win the game of stone gambling. Only by stone gambling, she could win more and more jade to absorb purer and stronger power. At the same time, she could win money by stone gambling. And if she wanted to win money, she could use her jade eyes in other ways. For example, playing dice cup. You could never fail by using clairvoyance. But, It couldn't last long, because a casino had its own rules. There was a limit of winning money. If one won too much money, his or her name would be on the blacklist, or he or she probably would be skilled. So if there was another way to make money, Gu Ning would not gamble, stone gambling surely excluded. Antiques were of great use as well, because antiques normally had a long history with the essence from the sun and the moon. If an antique had the essence, it would be an authentic one. The more essence an antique had, the longer time it must have been existed for. Stone gambling could make you a billionaire or a beggar overnight. Antiques had the same effect. If you accidentally got an authentic one, you would be super rich at once, otherwise you would lose every cent you had. But for Gu Ning, who had gained magical power, those were merely problems. On thinking of that, Gu Ning was more than excited. The magical power she had was so immensely powerful. If she still couldn't achieve anything with the jade eyes, she would rather die. The scare was also replaced by happiness, for money was easily accessible to Gu Ning now. As for the jade eyes, it was acceptable too. Ning Ning, Ning Ning, are you alright? Hearing the worried voice from Gu Man, Gu Ning immediately got her mind back. She looked at Gu Man's face, which was full of concern. Mom, you're awake. Seeing Gu Ning was fine, Gu Man was relieved, but still slightly concerned. I've been awake for a long time, but you seemed distracted. I've called your name for several times. You wouldn't react. I thought your brain was damaged again. You've sacred me. After Gu Man's explanation, Gu Ning felt a little ashamed. Well, I just too concentrated on my thoughts. Gu Man didn't ask any further. She only wanted to see Gu Ning was fine. I'm glad you're awake, that's all I want. It's almost 6 p.m. What do you want to eat? Let me buy for you, Gu Man asked. I'm not picky. Anything is fine for me, Gu Ning replied. Gu Man opened her mouth for a second, but didn't say a word. She knew Gu Ning was a good child, who would not indulge herself for expensive food. Then, Gu Man decided to make the decision for Gu Ning, and buy her some delicious food. When Gu Man was gone, Gu Ning got off the bed to walk around as exercise. But when she had just walked a few steps away from her patient room, a doctor who was walking fast with a white coat and mask, knocked her down. Gu Ning stumbled and almost fell. Luckily, she caught the wall at once, and kept her balance. Gu Ning was displeased at first, but then she thought the doctor probably was in an emergency, and didn't knock her down on purpose. Gu Ning planned to forgive him. But to her surprise, the man who had knocked her down didn't apologize at all, and even glared at her, then rushed away. Gu Ning was struck down for a second, not because the man didn't apologize and glared at her, but because she had noticed the strong hatred in his eyes. The hatred was not for her. Gu Ning couldn't help but turn around. Her eyes squinted. The man was weird. All of a sudden, Gu Ning saw a gun hidden in the man's waist through his white coat. Gu Ning was worried. Why would a doctor carry a gun with him? And the man seemed he was not a plainclothes police, but an avenger. Although it had nothing to do with Gu Ning, she couldn't step aside since she had found out the truth. If the man was really for revenge, innocent people could be hurt once he shot. On thinking of that, Gu Ning couldn't allow herself to ignore. She wasn't the God, nor the Virgin Mary, but she wasn't cold-blooded neither. And she was willing to help as long as she could. Therefore, Gu Ning followed up quietly. Gu Ning followed the suspect to an office. When he was about to walk in, a young female doctor, who was in a white coat too, walked out, but was stopped by the suspect. Gu Ning fixed her eyes on the movements of the suspect. The suspect pulled out the gun the minute the female doctor appeared in his sight. The gun aimed at her. Due to the white coat, the gun wasn't obvious. But the female doctor's face was as white as a paper now. She was scared. Then the suspect talked to her for a while, and the female doctor reluctantly followed him to another side. Gu Ning followed up immediately. They went upstairs. There were few people in the corridors, because most of them used elevators. And nobody noticed there was something wrong with them. They went straight to the top of the building. It was an open balcony. There was no one else on the balcony, except the suspect, the female doctor in Gu Ning, who was hidden in the dark. Chapter 5: Safe People, a check for 500,000 yen. Gu Ning didn't get involved at once. She decided to observe for a while, waiting for a perfect timing. The suspect held the gun, aiming at the female doctor. They were so close. If Gu Ning couldn't catch the suspect quickly, he might feel threatened and shoot, which would cause bad result. Gu Ning glanced over the open balcony. There was a pile of miscellaneous goods at the right side of the exit. Gu Ning used it to cover herself, and moved closer to them. Yang Hao, what do you want? Facing the gun, the female doctor was trembling. What do I want? The suspect, Yang Hao, snorted. Then he said angrily with his eyes full of fierceness, and Xian, it's all because of you that I end up like this. What do I want? The hospital has fired me. My wife left me for another man. It's you, it's all because of you. Speaking of this, and Xian felt aggrieved. She argued, that's all because of your immoral behaviors. As a doctor, you disobeyed the basic rules. You secretly accepted the money from the patient's family, and ignored a life. I simply rescued a person. Shut up. That's my own business. You don't have any right to interfere, Yang Hao snapped. His hand around the gun tightened. Now, have someone transfer 5 million yuan to my account, or I'll shoot. And Xian was trembling with fear. She swallowed down with great force. I don't have that much at all, but I have 2 million yuan. No, I want a total 5 million yuan. That bitch left me exactly for that amount of money. I'll grab her back with the same amount of money. Yang Hao seemed crazily excited, and was likely to shoot. Meanwhile, with the cover of the miscellaneous goods, Gu Ning had moved to Yang Hao's back, 2 meters away from him. Seeing Yang Hao being emotionally excited, Gu Ning was startled. She was worried that he would shoot by accident. Yang Hao was unusually excited now, intending to do evil things. What Yang Hao had done today was illegal. Even if he could get 5 million yuan today, he still would be punished by the law. He wouldn't have chance to win his wife back. Besides, his wife wouldn't come back to him neither. And the other man, who had given Yang Hao's wife 5 million yuan, must be a man of great wealth. If Yang Hao's wife had left him for money, she certainly wouldn't leave a wealthy man for him. Even if Yang Hao's wife didn't care about the money, Yang Hao was a suspect now. He would be caught and put in jail sooner or later. If Yang Hao's wife chose to stay by his side, she would lose both Yang Hao and the money. Gu Ning was now worried and Xian would say something that would irritate Yang Hao. The man could lose his control and shoot. Then, Gu Ning wouldn't have chance to save her. Fortunately, and Xian was smart enough to notice Yang Hao was emotionally excited. She softened her voice and comforted, no problem, I'll transfer 5 million yuan to you, but I only have 2 million yuan on my account, and I need to call my family for the rest. As long as she could survive, she would pay 5 million yuan for it. She believed the police could catch Yang Hao later. Gu Ning thought otherwise. Yang Hao wasn't dumb to let go of An Xian. If he did so, An Xian must call the police afterwards. Accordingly, even if Yang Hao could get the money, he couldn't get away with it. Hearing An Xian agreed at the end, Yang Hao was relieved. Great, but you have to use the speaker. Sure. An Xian pulled out her phone, trembling still. Yang Hao seemed a little tired after holding the gun for a long time. He loosed his hand. Right at that moment, Gu Ning seized her chance. She rushed out rapidly to Yang Hao. The latter was knocked down on the floor directly, due to his lack of preparation. The gun in a loosened hand was thrown out as well, and fell down several meters away. It all happened too fast. And Shen was struck dumb without knowing her phone was dropped on the ground. But it was not the end yet. Without the gun, Yang Hao was merely an opponent to Gu Ning. Before he could fight back, Gu Ning hit Yang Hao into unconsciousness. In case he might be awake later, Gu Ning found a rope and tied him, plugging his mouth with a rag. "Call the police." Gu Ning looked at Xian, who had no idea what to do. "Oh. Right. Right." Xian finally got her mind back and found her phone was missing. She stood still for a while before finding out her phone was lying on the ground. She immediately picked it up. But before she could dial out, her phone rang. Xian was startled. She saw the caller's name and answered it at once. "Hi, Dad." "Xian, where are you now?" "I'm at the open balcony of inpatient department," Xian told her father what had happened. Then she asked, "Dad, shall I call the police or?" Gu Ning frowned. She didn't understand why Xian said that. What else did she want to do except calling the police? "What? How is this possible? Are you all right?" Xian's father was extremely worried. His heart was in his throat now. "Dad, I'm fine now." Xian replied. "Wait for me. I'll be right there. And do not call the police now," Xian's father said. Xian agreed, then hung up the phone. Gu Ning had good hearing. She had heard clearly what Xian's father had said. When Xian finished her call, Gu Ning asked with puzzle, "Why don't you call the police?" "Because if I called the police, the whole hospital would know it. The people would be alarmed, which is the last thing I want to see." Xian explained. Gu Ning thought it was reasonable, so she closed her mouth. Xian added, "But Yang Hao will definitely be sent to the police station, in private. I've already recorded the dialogue between us. His fingerprints were also on the gun, which is the proof too." "Recorded?" Gu Ning now was respectful of Xian. Being in such a dangerous situation, she was still able to record. "By the way, thank you so much for saving my life." Xian thanked Gu Ning sincerely. She drew out a check and a pen from her clothing, writing on it for a second, then gave it to Gu Ning. "I don't know how to thank you actually. This is a check for 500,000 yen. Please take it." Gu Ning stared at the check. She frowned. Although she badly needed money now, she wasn't willing to accept the check. She had her own principles. Since she had given out a helping hand on her own initiative, she didn't ask for payment. Gu Ning refused with determination. "I didn't save your life for money. Please take this check back." Xian was surprised. But she didn't doubt whether Gu Ning rejected the check because it wasn't enough. She felt the kindness from the young lady instead. Chapter 6: A Visit. Xian didn't want to embarrass Gu Ning, so she took back the check. But since Gu Ning had saved her life, she also felt uncomfortable doing nothing. Thus, after Xian had taken away the check, she pulled out a name card, handing it to Gu Ning. "If you don't want to take the check, then let's be friends. This is my name card. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to call me. As long as I can help, I'll spare no effort." Compared with money, network was more precious actually. Gu Ning didn't reject this time. Not because she was greedy, but Xian just wanted to make friends with her. If she disagreed again, she would seem arrogant. Moreover, she needed friends and a network. Gu Ning didn't think too highly of herself. She believed a network would be helpful. Of course, she wouldn't make people do things for her. It was totally up to the other's will. "Great, then I'll take it." Gu Ning accepted the name card without further ado. Seeing Gu Ning accept the card, Xian immediately reached out her hand. "Nice to meet you." "My name's Xian." Gu Ning held her hand at once. "Nice to meet you too. I'm Gu Ning." This was how they officially met. "Sorry, I have to go now. My mom will be worried if she can't find me. Please don't tell the police that I'm involved. I don't want to get into any trouble." Then before Xian could reply, Gu Ning turned around and left. Hey, and Xian wanted to stop Gu Ning. She hadn't had her phone number yet. But Gu Ning walked too fast. When Xian ran to the entrance of the stairs, Gu Ning was already gone. But Yang Hao was still there, and Xian couldn't leave, so she gave up. Several minutes later, there was someone appeared on the open balcony. The head was a middle-aged man in a white coat. He was about 50 years old, and followed by two male doctors, who were around 30 years old. Xian, are you all right? The middle-aged man rushed to Xian once appeared. He asked with worries. Dad, I'm fine, Xian replied. Great. That's great. Xian's father was finally relieved, seeing Xian was safe. He then glanced over the open balcony. There was only Yang Hao, who was still unconscious on the ground, and nobody else. Xian's father asked, Where's the girl who has saved your life? Oh. She's gone in case her mother would be worried. And she also doesn't want the police to know her involvement. She doesn't want to get into trouble. Xian told her father what Gu Ning had said. Did you thank her? Xian's father asked again. I gave her a check for 500,000 yen, but she wouldn't accept. Then I handed her my name card to make a friend. She accepted at last. Xian answered. Xian's father was surprised too. He now felt more respectful than grateful to Gu Ning. Actually, even if Gu Ning had taken the money, they wouldn't have blamed her for that, because she indeed had saved Xian's life. The Yin family knew to be thankful. If Gu Ning asked for more money, they would give it to her without delay. Gu Man had come back to the patient room earlier than Gu Ning. She didn't find Gu Ning, and was concerned at once. She dropped a bag of apples, going out to search for her daughter, but the minute she left the patient room, Gu Ning was back. Gu Man knew she was being overreacted, so she didn't blame Gu Ning. It was a peaceful night. The second morning, Gu Ning's report was out. It said Gu Ning was healthy and was ready to leave the hospital. Seeing the result, Gu Man was greatly relieved. She packed up immediately, preparing to go home. Gu Ning, I'm here to visit you. Right at that moment, a female voice sounded outside the door. It was Xian. Gu Ning was a little, but not very surprised. Due to what had happened yesterday, it was normal that Xian would visit her. And it was easy for Xian to find out which room she was in, because Xian worked in the hospital. When Gu Ning had gone yesterday, Xian then realized Gu Ning, or her mother, must be a patient in this hospital. Or, probably she and her mother were here to visit another patient. If Gu Ning was a patient, she could ask the information desk. If Gu Ning's mother was a patient, then it would be impossible for Xian to find them, because she had no idea what was the name of Gu Ning's mother. If they were merely visitors, Xian thought she might better give up. When Xian had went back to work and passed by the information desk, she had asked her colleague whether there was a patient named Gu Ning. To her surprise, she was right. So she went to visit her this morning. Missin, welcome, Gu Ning stood up and welcomed her. This must be your mother, Xian looked at Gu Man. Yes, Gu Ning answered. Nice to meet you, Gu Ning's mother. My name's Xian. I'm Gu Ning's friend, Xian greeted Gu Man. Actually, Xian was confused about how to call Gu Ning's mother. Gu Man was around 40 years old, while she was 27. Gu Man was merely 10 years her senior. If she called Gu Man aunt, Gu Man was younger than her aunt. But if she called Gu Man's sister, it was inappropriate neither, because she said she was Gu Ning's friend. Gu Ning was 18 years old, and 10 years her junior. If she let Gu Ning call her aunt, Gu Ning wouldn't accept, and she wouldn't neither. Because she wasn't that old to be called aunt. It was an embarrassing age. Xian hoped she had been in her early 20s. If she had been in her early 20s, she would have been young and free, and wouldn't be worried about getting married soon. But she didn't have a boyfriend now, how could she get married? Besides, she wanted to enjoy her single life for a few years longer. She didn't want to marry someone that soon. Fine, she was going too far. Although there was a 10-year age gap between her and Gu Ning, she didn't feel Gu Ning was a teenage girl, but a mature woman like her instead. Probably that was precocity. Nice to meet you, missin, Gu Man greeted in Xian. Though she was puzzled why Gu Ning had a friend who was much older than her, Gu Man didn't bother to think further. She didn't limit the freedom of Gu Ning to make friends. She only wanted Gu Ning to have her own principles. This is for Gu Ning. Hope she could recover soon. And Xian gave her gift to Gu Man. Thank you so much, missin. I don't know how to thank you for that. Gu Man was slightly embarrassed, because she knew the gift wasn't cheap. But she took it at the end for it's a gift from a friend. She didn't want to reject the kindness. It's nothing, and Xian wore a smile. Chapter 7, Go Outside. Gu Man put away the gift into an end table by the bed, then handed a cup of water to Xian. Thank you so much, and Xian took the water and thanked politely. Gu Ning, how's your body? And Xian asked. Oh, I'm fine now, and ready to leave, Gu Ning replied. Really? And Xian was happy for Gu Ning. Congratulations. Thanks, Gu Ning said. After a while, Xian walked Gu Ning and her mother out of the hospital. Gu Man knew Xian was working in this hospital. She didn't want to bother Xian, so she disagreed. But Xian insisted, so Gu Man accepted her offer. While on the way out, Xian had already called the taxi for them. Gu Man couldn't thank Xian enough for what she had done. As for Gu Ning, she was at ease though, but she still thanked Xian out of politeness. When Gu Ning finally left the hospital, she felt super free and comfortable. After half an hour, the two were home at last. Gu Ning and her mother lived in an old alley at the old district. It was too old and about to be demolished sooner or later. Therefore, Gu Ning and her mother wouldn't stay here for much longer. This house was the property of Gu Ning's grandparents. When her grandpa had passed away 10 years ago, her grandma moved to live with her eldest uncle, Gu Qinshan. And the house became the home of Gu Ning and her mother. But they needed to pay the rent. Since they were family, Gu Ning and her mother only needed to pay half of the rent. It was an old area in the old district with old amenities, so the rent wasn't high. The house had 2 floors. Each floor was around 40 square meters. The first floor was living room, kitchen and bathroom, and there were 3 rooms on the second floor. In the past, when the Gu family had lived together, Gu Ning's grandparents had shared a room, her eldest uncle, Gu Qinshan, and third uncle, Gu Qinyang, had shared another, while the third room was shared by Gu Qing and Gu Man. It had been extremely crowded. Then, Gu Qinshan became rich and bought another house. Gu Qinyang had got a cradle-to-grave job with a house allotted by his company. The Gu family had lived a better life afterwards. But this old house had been left with some basic furniture, without any household appliances. Gu Ning was astonished to know that her family was dirt poor. Tang Aining, in her previous incarnation, had never ever lived such a miserable life. Luckily, Gu Ning didn't feel hopeless, but satisfied, because she had the strong deep love from her mother. She wanted to earn money as soon as possible to let Gu Man live an affluent life. The first thing Gu Ning wanted to do after she earned money was to buy a big house, then buy some good clothes and expensive skincare products for Gu Man. She wanted her mother to enjoy her life. Gu Man wasn't an old woman actually. She was only 39 years old. There were a lot she could do for the rest of her life. For 18 years, Gu Man had stayed single. Gu Man was pretty indeed, and had many admirers, but she didn't want Gu Ning to feel uncomfortable, so she never agreed to marry again. Since Gu Ning had grown up now, probably it is time for Gu Man to chase for her own happiness. So Gu Ning made up her mind to find her mother a good man in the future. As for Gu Ning's biological father, Gu Man never talked about him. Even their relatives had no idea who he was. All Gu-ning knew was that Gu-man got pregnant when she was just 19. Gu-man had been in her second semester as a freshman in her college, then she dropped out of her school and gone home. At that time, the Gu family were all astonished by the fact. It was beyond their imagination that the most docile girl in their family would have done such a bad thing. It was a great humiliation to them. They all agreed to have Gu-man abort the baby. Gu-man was unwilling to abort her child. To keep her baby, Gu-man left her family and worked outside on her own. It had been a hard time. Gu-man hadn't successfully got any job due to her pregnancy, and Gu-ching had taken care of her. Gu-ning's grandpa had been alive at that time, and he had always loved Gu-man, his youngest daughter, so he had brought Gu-man home at the end. During the time when Gu-ning's grandpa had been alive, Gu-ning had been under the care of her grandpa, while Gu-man had worked hard to earn money. Since Gu-man had lived in her parents' house, her income had always been used by the whole household. 10 years ago, Gu-ning's grandpa had passed away. Her grandma had moved to live with her eldest uncle, Gu Qinxiang. Gu Qinxiang and Gu Qinyang had been unwilling to let Gu-man occupy their parents' house, so they had persuaded their mother to ask for rent. Ning-ning, have a rest on the bed first. I'll cook now. And don't forget to change your clothes. I'll do the laundry later. Gu-man said. Mom, you can cook, and let me do the laundry. Gu-ning felt sorry for Gu-man, who was skinny and always reminded her of her mother from the last lifetime. She wanted to do something for her. No, you're the patient, Gu-man disagreed. I'm fine now, Gu-ning argued. I said no, Gu-man pretended that she was mad. Fine, Gu-ning gave up. Half an hour later, the meal was ready. Because they lived a poor life, the meal was very simple. They didn't have meat normally, except today, because Gu-ning had just left the hospital. During the dinner, Gu-man kept sending the meat into Gu-ning's bowl, while herself didn't have a piece at all. Gu-ning was moved and about to cry. Actually, Gu-man now needed nutrition more than Gu-ning. Mom, there's enough meat. Please have some yourself. It's hot today, and we better not leave it to the night. It will be smelly. Gu-ning immediately gave Gu-man several pieces of meat. Gu-man surely knew what was on Gu-ning's mind, but she didn't reject because she didn't want to hurt her daughter. However, she felt sad in her heart. She blamed herself for being unable to provide her daughter a good life. After dinner, Gu-man urged Gu-ning to take a rest in her room. Gu-ning didn't want to lie down, but to hang out on the antique street. She wanted to try her jade eyes and win some money. Gu-ning took out her savings of 500 yuan and her ID card. Mom, I want to have a walk, and I'll be back soon. Gu-man was worried, because Gu-ning had just left the hospital, but, you need a rest now. You just left the hospital. No worries, Mom. I'm fine now. A walk in the sunshine are good for my health as well. Gu-ning replied. But, Gu-man was still slightly worried. Mom, I'm not a little girl anymore. I'll take good care of myself. And, I have my phone with me. You can call me if you're worried, Gu-ning said to comfort her mother. Chapter 8: A Drama at the Jewelry Store. At the end, Gu-man compromised. Then you must be cautious, and call me once you feel uncomfortable. I will, Gu-ning answered, then went outside. When Gu-ning was out on the street, she looked at her phone in her hand with intense dislike. It was a cheap old phone. To be honest, Gu-ning was used to smartphones, and she disliked the old one with buttons on it. I'm going to make money and buy my mom and myself a smartphone. Gu-ning thought to herself. There was no direct bus from where Gu-ning lived to the antique market, so she decided to transfer from the downtown. Luckily, it wasn't the rush hour, and it only took Gu-ning 20 minutes to arrive at the downtown. Gu-ning stepped off the bus, and walked ahead for another 300 meters to get on the next bus to the antique market. There were many jewelry stores of well-known brands around the downtown. Gu-ning was attracted by the jade shown in a window of a nearby jewelry store. She wanted to walk inside and take a look. Although she knew how to absorb the power, she hadn't practiced yet, and was curious about the feeling. But when she just entered the store, she heard an acid female voice, "Wow! Isn't this Gu Ning? What? You dare to walk in a jewelry store when you have no money to feed yourself?" Yes, when Gu Ning was at school, she was known for her poverty. Though Gu Man gave her allowance every day, which was enough for her meals, she was used to saving as much money as she could, and normally ate a steamed bun as her dinner. That was how she had managed to save 500 yuan. The girl who had verbally abused Gu Ning named Xiao Feifei. She was Gu Ning's classmate. Back in the classroom, Xiao Feifei had always laughed at Gu Ning. She would hurl abuse at Gu Ning, throw garbage into her desk and even ruin her textbooks. The reason why Xiao Feifei hated Gu Ning so much, not because Gu Ning was from a poor family, but because Gu Ning was more beautiful than her. Xiao Feifei, who was so-called the prettiest girl among the students, was super jealous of Gu Ning. Gu Ning was merely a poor girl from a poor family. How could she be more beautiful than Xiao Feifei? And there was another girl of the same age stood beside Xiao Feifei, but Gu Ning had no idea who she was. Everyone in the store turned with one accord, looking at Gu Ning. Those well-educated ones stayed calm, while those who were arrogant wore a face with dislike. Especially when Gu Ning showed up in her worn-out clothes, it was a humiliation for the rich people to be in the same place with the poor. But Gu Ning ignored all of them except Xiao Feifei. "This isn't your home. Why couldn't I be here?" she argued. "Well, can you afford anything here?" Xiao Feifei laughed at Gu Ning, then wore an exaggerated face with surprise. "Gee, do you plan to steal something?" At that time, everyone's look on Gu Ning changed, especially the workers who were alert. They obviously believed what Xiao Feifei had just said. Gu Ning was annoyed. "Xiao Feifei, you don't have any proof for that, and I can sue you for libel." Her eyes were full of coldness. "You?" Xiao Feifei was scared by Gu Ning's look at first, then was even more astonished. Gu Ning had argued back. In the past, no matter how Xiao Feifei had laughed at Gu Ning had always stayed quiet. "Sister, let's go now." The girl who was with Xiao Feifei felt threatened. She wanted to leave right away. "Why?" "I'll stay and see what can she afford." Xiao Feifei raised her voice. She didn't want to run away in front of Gu Ning. In her eyes, Gu Ning was merely a poor student without any power, wealth, or support. Then she looked at Gu Ning with aggression. "I don't think I have to buy something just because I've walked in," Gu Ning argued again. "If you aren't going to buy anything, then you shouldn't have walked in," Xiao Feifei insisted. "I want to have a look first, and it's none of your business," Gu Ning said. Suddenly, Xiao Feifei had no idea how to fight back. Gu Ning then ignored her, walking by directly. Though those rich people disliked the poor, nobody stopped Gu Ning. Just like what she had said, you didn't have to buy something just because you had walked in. But all the workers in the jewelry store kept their eyes on Gu Ning, like she were a real thief. Actually, there were many monitors in the store, and all the jewelry were locked in thick and heavy glasses. It wasn't easy to steal a piece of them. Gu Ning felt uncomfortable under the suspicion, but she didn't say a word. She went to the area of jade, and focused on them. Seconds later, there was a layer of light white fog appeared above those jade, and the fog was exactly the power Gu Ning needed. However, the fog was thin, which meant the jade wasn't good enough. Gu Ning didn't care at all, but the glasses blocked her out from those jade. She could only absorb the power without anything in the middle. Thus Gu Ning had to give up. She sighed slightly. But her sigh drew attention again. The poor can't afford a piece of jade, and all they can do is sigh. "Poor little thing," a woman said. "Exactly, the poor can never afford a piece of jade throughout their whole life," another woman agreed. Gu Ning was speechless. Whatever the poor had done, it was wrong. But how could they be so sure that she wasn't able to buy it throughout her whole life? She was poor for now, but it didn't mean she couldn't afford an expensive commodity in the future. Gu Ning looked to those two women. They were around 40 years with good appearance. Both were in luxury dresses, a little over though. Especially the right one, there were 3 diamond, gold and jade rings around both of her 2 fingers. And a gold bracelet around one of her wrist while a jade bracelet around another one. Chapter 9: The Antique Market. Around her neck, there was a platinum necklace with a large jade. And her gold earrings were also too big to ignore. The woman was apparently showing off her wealth. But after a while, Gu Ning couldn't help but snort with laughter. The woman's face changed a little with anger. What are you laughing at? You, of course. Since you're so rich, why are you still wearing a cheap fake bracelet in jade? Gu Ning replied plainly. Yes, the bracelet and the jade around the woman's wrist and neck were fake. Gu Ning had intended to absorb the power of the woman's jewelry, but had failed, because they weren't authentic. As for the gold, Gu Ning barely knew, but the jade ring around the woman's fingers was authentic though. Gu Ning understood the woman probably had no idea that most of her jewelry weren't real. She did it on purpose to pay the woman back. Gu Ning admitted that she wasn't tolerant, and she wouldn't stay quiet any longer. What did you say? The woman was irritated. She felt embarrassed at once. Those jewelry were from her husband, who was a super rich man. How could they be fake? And in front of her was just a poor girl, who knew nothing at all. Gee. Shut your mouth. You're being jealous. Gu Ning stayed calm instead. Believe it or not, there's a jewelry appraiser in every jewelry store. You can try it yourself. And now if you'll excuse me, I have something else to do. Then Gu Ning turned around and left. The woman didn't want to let go of Gu Ning, but was stopped by another woman beside her. Let it go, she's merely a poor girl. We'd better stay away from her. The woman immediately put on airs, behaving like she was a real royalty. She said to Gu Ning's back with disdain, I don't care you poor people at all. Then, she focused on the jade again. However, Gu Ning's words stayed in her mind, and she wanted to identify them herself. On the other side, Xiao Feifei stood at the entrance of the jewelry store, waiting for Gu Ning. She had also witnessed everything that had just happened inside. Seeing Gu Ning going out, Xiao Feifei criticized, Isn't it interesting? You can't afford a piece yourself, and you're so jealous of the rich. If you can afford it, why don't you buy a piece? Gu Ning argued. Xiao Feifei felt humiliated, because Gu Ning had hit the point. Although Xiao Feifei was born in a rich family with millions of wealth, she still couldn't afford on her own. The jewelry cost dozens of thousand yuan each, while she only had a monthly allowance of several thousand yuan. Besides, she spent much every month, and had no money left for a piece of jewelry. She had been here today only because her birthday was around the corner. She wanted to choose her birthday gift, and her mother would buy it for her. Gu Ning ignored Xiao Feifei and left. Although Xiao Feifei disliked the feeling of failure, she had no idea how to fight back again. Xiao Shui, who was Xiao Feifei's cousin, held her breath in case Xiao Feifei would vent anger on her, which had happened before. Xiao Shui did this only because her family needed the sources from Xiao Feifei's family. Gu Ning went straight to the antique market after she had left the jewelry store. It took her half an hour on the bus to get to the antique market from the downtown. When she finally arrived, it was about 3 p.m. The antique market, also known as the old market. Only the old and ancient objects were called antiques. The antique market had been popular for many years, and there were many people visiting the antique street. Most of them were middle-aged men or the elderly. Gu Ning barely saw young people on the street, especially a female student of her age. Even though there were teenagers, they were either accompanied by their parents or hanging around. So when Gu Ning walked by the stands, nobody paid attention to her. At the both sides of the street, there were countless stands with numerous commodities. However, authentic antiques were still rare. Both antiques and the jade were business of high risk. The unspoken rule in this industry was no anti-counterfeiting. You paid and got the commodities on site without any after-sales service. If you were lucky enough to get an authentic one, you would be rich overnight, otherwise, you would be broke. Gu Ning walked slowly, because she felt exhausted after she had used her jade eyes for a short time. She needed to take a break before going on. Along her way, Gu Ning hadn't found out a single authentic object. She was disappointed. The antique market had existed for too long to leave any authentic pieces for her. Gu Ning felt she was naive to try to earn money by antiques. There were many choices for stone gambling though, but most of the stones came from Burma and Province Y, and there were less quality stones in other cities. Anyway, it wasn't easy to find a perfect stone. City F was far away from Burma, and it cost too much for Gu Ning to fly to there. Though the flight ticket wasn't very expensive actually, it was a lot for Gu Ning and her mother. And the last thing Gu Ning wanted to happen was for her exceptional ability to be revealed. She didn't want her mother to know as well. So, even Gu Ning was willing to go to Burma, she was short of a good reason. Gu Ning didn't maintain much hope in City F, but she still tried to find some. As long as it was a real gem, she would take it. In the end, when Gu Ning was ready to leave, an object on a not noticeable stand got her attention. It was a bracelet consisted of 12 blocks of china. Each block was as big as a toe. There were many stains and dirt around it. It didn't have a good appearance, but Gu Ning saw a layer of light white fog from it. Chapter 10, Pick Up by Accident. If it had the power, it must be an authentic one. Gu Ning was happy, but didn't show her happiness on her face. Gu Ning walked to the stand. The stand owner ignored her because she was a teenage girl in ordinary clothing and seemed poor. Gu Ning didn't care though. She pointed directly at the bracelet. "How much is this one, please?" The stand owner took a glance at the bracelet, then frowned with disdain. Why? Because in his eye, this bracelet was fake. He even intended to throw it away. But since there was a buyer for it, he opened his mouth. 50 yuan. 50 yuan were merely much, but it was still a lot for Gu Ning. However, Gu Ning wasn't willing to miss any chance to win money. She didn't want to show her real intention at the very beginning, so she bargained, "Could you please sell it for a cheaper price? I'm just a student with less money." "Then 40 yuan, that's all." The stand owner agreed. He still believed the bracelet was a worthless junk. Gu Ning pretended to hesitate for a second, then said, "Great, I'll take it." Then she gave money to the stand owner. The stand owner took the money and gave the bracelet to Gu Ning. Gu Ning went straight to the appraisal center with the bracelet afterwards. She went to the appraisal center not to identify the bracelet, but for money. Only with money that she was able to do other things. There was a monthly large fair in the antique market with many visitors. In a normal day, many visitors would come and make deals, but the price wouldn't be high because dealers were not adequate. When Gu Ning arrived at the appraisal center, there was already someone in there to identify antiques. Bystanders stood around. Some were here just for fun, while some were here for the results. If there was a real one, they would bid. Those appraisers were all experienced, and the appraisal center had its own rules. If it was a fake one, they would not charge for it. If it was a real one, then you need to pay for the service. If the antique was sold on site, the service price would be higher. The rules were quite acceptable. Gu Ning walked to the table of appraisal. There was an appraiser in the middle of identification. It was a delicate snuff bottle, and looked like an authentic one. Gu Ning used her jade eyes. She didn't see any fog around it. It was fake. It's fake. It only took the appraiser around 10 minutes to have the result. What? It's fake? A male voice sounded in shock among the crowd. The man wore an astonished face. "It's impossible. How could it be fake? Are you questioning me now?" The appraiser wasn't happy to be questioned. The man explained at once, No, but it's an heirloom from my grandpa to my father and to me. I can't accept it's fake. The rest of the people in the center showed their sympathy. Bro, even if it's an heirloom, it could be fake. True. Probably your grandfather had made a mistake. It's quite normal. Others echoed. The man wore a displeased face. He left swiftly with his heirloom. He had believed it must be a real antique, and wanted to sell it, but to his surprise, it was fake. Then, there were more fake ones, but no one felt disappointed because the owners didn't pay much for their antiques. Hi, could you please identify this bracelet for me? It was Gu Ning's turn. She handed over the bracelet she had just bought. Gu Ning's appearance raised discussion among the crowd. Gee, where did she get this dirty thing? It's so ugly. This little girl must be crazy about money. It's apparently fake. Others echoed. Gu Ning ignored all of them. Let's see. She thought to herself. Though the appraiser didn't believe it was real neither, he did his work though. When he took the dusty bracelet over, he almost hated it at the first look. However, while he was cleaning the stains by a napkin, the real color of the bracelet appeared. It was white and blue in random order, and it was made of china. The appraiser frowned a little. He thought it was merely a modern artwork. In the ancient time, no one would use china to make bracelet. But since he had begun, he decided to finish his work. Then, he kept on cleaning the bracelet. After a while, he felt something was unusual. Others asked immediately. What happened? Is it real? The appraiser stayed silent, focusing on his work. Before long, the bracelet was clean and shiny. Everyone now discovered that the bracelet was made of china. All of them were assured that it must be fake, because no one had ever heard a china bracelet could be made in the ancient time. It must be a modern artwork. While the appraiser thought otherwise. He now was astonished and super excited. The china is blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty. He suddenly said. What? Really? Everyone was shocked. Blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty. Then, it was a real one? Though blue and white porcelain in Ming and Qing dynasty wasn't as expensive as in Yuan or Tang dynasty, it wasn't cheap at all. All of a sudden, everyone looked at Gu Ning in jealousy. Instead, Gu Ning was as calm as usual, which made people wonder that she had known it already. Actually, Gu Ning only knew it was real, but had no idea what it was exactly. It is blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty. I suppose the original one is broken, and somebody has made it into a bracelet. Or, no one would intentionally break a valuable blue and white porcelain to make a bracelet. Hey young girl, where did you get this bracelet? Someone asked. I just bought it from a normal stand, Gu Ning told the truth. What? You picked it up by accident? What a lucky girl. Everyone agreed. Young girl, do you want to sell it? I'll give you 30,000. A middle-aged man in a suit made a bid without any delay. Chapter 11, First Bucket of Money. 30,000? Are you kidding? I'll give you 50,000, young girl. 60,000, another man bid. 70,000. 80,000. 120,000. Everyone was shocked again. 120,000 for a blue and white porcelain bracelet from Ming and Qing dynasty was way too much. Gu Ning was shocked as well. This was her first time to sell an antique. She knew antiques were expensive, but the price was still a great surprise to her. She thought 40,000 would be high enough, because the power of this bracelet wasn't strong. It wasn't worth too much because it had a short history. 120,000 meant nothing for Gu Ning in her last lifetime, but for now, it was a huge amount of money. In the end, Gu Ning sold the bracelet for 120,000 yuan. Although everyone felt surprised by the high price, only experts knew this bracelet was worth much more than that in the market. A bracelet made of blue and white porcelain from Ming and Qing dynasty, even from a broken one, was expensive. Nowadays, a blue and white porcelain plate from Ming and Qing dynasty was worth millions of yuan. The price of this bracelet wouldn't be lower than 200,000 in the market. Though Gu Ning wasn't experienced, and had no idea how much exactly this bracelet was worth, she wouldn't regret. She needed money right now, and had no time to wait for a more generous buyer. Besides, she didn't know how to put this bracelet into the market. There was a designated bank in the antique market. One needed to go to the bank for the money. Gu Ning didn't have a bank card, but her ID card, so she had one bank card on site. When she had received the money, she gave the bracelet to the buyer, and the service fee was transferred to the appraiser afterwards. The service fee ranged from hundreds to thousands. It depended on the seller. What Gu Ning had earned wasn't much in the antique industry, so she only needed to pay 2,000 yuan. But Gu Ning was generous, who directly paid the appraiser 10,000. When she had left the bank, Gu Ning felt she was targeted. The antique street wasn't a safe place with all kinds of people around. It was quite normal that she had become someone's target as soon as she had earned a large amount of money. Gu Ning calmed down. She left the antique street without any delay. The minute Gu Ning had left the street, several men, who had been stalking her, rushed ahead to stop her. Four hoodlums around 20 years old surrounded Gu Ning. The others all ran away in fear, and no one was willing to help. "Give us all your money, or I'll teach you a lesson." The head of those hoodlums, who has yellow hair, threatened Gu Ning. "Oh, how?" Gu Ning squinted, like she couldn't care less. And the onlookers were surprised by Gu Ning being so calm. Wasn't she scared? Was she pretending? Or, did she think anyone would help? Those hoodlums were notorious around this area, and no one dared to be involved. Don't ever hope that someone would help you. Let me tell you, no one dared to. Just give me your money. The man in yellow hair threatened once more. Gu Ning knew no one would help her, because everyone had run away. However, she was confident she could easily beat those bad guys. "Take it by yourself if you want." Gu Ning challenged him. Those hoodlums was irritated at once. "Great. Beat her," the man with yellow hair ordered. Then, two hoodlums ran to Gu Ning, trying to catch her. But before they could come near her, Gu Ning kicked one man in the stomach. The man fell down on the ground in pain immediately. Then, Gu Ning turned to another one and punched him directly. The latter suffered at once. The other two hoodlums were in shock now. It was beyond their imagination that a teenage girl could be so violent. All of a sudden, a boy who rushed out nearby attacked the man in yellow hair. The man fell down instantly. The only one, who was left alone standing there, escaped right away. Unfortunately, he ran too fast to recognize the direction, and hit a pole, then bounced back to the ground. Gu Ning laughed out loud by this funny scene. Right at this moment, the boy who had attacked the hoodlum in yellow hair ran to Gu Ning. He said in excitement, "Gu Ning, it is really you. I thought I was wrong. Wow, you're so good and beat down two men easily." Gu Ning knew this boy. He was a senior from the top class in their high school. His name was Mu Ku. Mu Ku was nearly 5 feet 11 inches tall. He was a handsome and good-looking boy. Gu Ning and Mu Ku were from different classes. She knew Mu Ku was Qin Zhang's classmate and they were good friends. Mu Ku also knew the truth behind she and Qin Zhang's relationship. But Mu Ku was different from his friends. He was a good upright boy, and even told her secretly that Qin Zhang wasn't her Mr. Right. But back then, Gu Ning had loved Qin Zhang so much. She wouldn't listen to anyone else. Thinking of that, Gu Ning actually held a great opinion of Mu Ku. "Thank you so much, Mu Ku." Gu Ning smiled to Mu Ku, and thanked him sincerely. Though she was able to deal with it all on her own, Muko had helped her indeed. She ought to thank him for that. Gu Ning was a beautiful girl. She seemed ordinary only because she spent less time on appearance. Gu Ning's smile had made Muko flush. "You're welcome. And I think even though I didn't help you, they couldn't hurt you at all." Muko was a little shy before Gu Ning. "Anyway, thank you so much for helping me," Gu Ning said. Suddenly, Muko remembered something important. He looked at Gu Ning with astonishment. "Oh, I've heard Qin Zhang has broken up with you on Friday, and then you've caught by a car accident. How are you right now?" Muko had no intention to hurt Gu Ning's feelings. He really cared about her. But he hadn't been there in person, so he had only heard of it. He believed it was Qin Zhang's fault, but he had no right to get involved in his friend's personal relations. Chapter 12: Gu Qing's Family. Gu Ning's face changed a little, but not because of Muko. She knew Muko cared about her. Thus Gu Ning asked him back for fun, "Do I look like I'm in a bad condition?" Muko was struck dumb. Gu Ning was absolutely fine and well. She seemed like nothing had happened at all. Or, she wouldn't have been able to knock down two grown-ups. "That's great, and now you know what kind of a person he is." So, Muko intended to tell Gu Ning to give up any illusion on Qin Zhang, but he thought it wasn't his business after all. "It'll never happen again. I've already given up on Qin Zhang." Gu Ning knew exactly what was on Muko's mind. She didn't care at all. Great to hear that, Muko felt relieved. Muko wasn't in love with Gu Ning actually. He just hated to see an innocent girl be bullied. "It's late now. I have to go home," Gu Ning said. "Sure, bye-bye," Muko replied. Since Gu Ning had made a lot of money today, so she took a taxi to go home. Gu Ning wanted to buy a smartphone at first, but it was too late for that. She didn't want Gu Man to be worried, so she got home directly. Indeed, Gu Man called her once when she was halfway, while it took Gu Ning another 20 minutes to be home. The taxi line was shorter and faster than a bus, so Gu Ning had spent only 40 minutes on her way home. A half less time than the bus. When Gu Ning had arrived at her home, it was almost 6 p.m. Gu Man had already prepared the dinner. Gu Qing's family were here today too. They came to visit Gu Ning because she had just left the hospital. Gu Ning's uncle named Jiang Su, and her cousin called Jiang Xinyue. Ning Ning's home. The minute Gu Ning walked in, Jiang Su and Gu Qing welcomed her. "Aunt, uncle and Xinyue, nice to meet you all," Gu Ning greeted them. "Sister, nice to meet you too," Jiang Xinyue greeted Gu Ning. She was a shy girl. Jiang Xinyue was 15 years old now. She was a third-grade student in middle school, and a quiet girl of few words. Luckily, she wasn't as self-abased as the old Gu Ning. She was academic and had lots of friends. Among the young generation in the Gu family, Jiang Xinyue only liked Gu Ning. For the rest, she had seen them through. Jiang Su was 2 years Gu Qing's senior, 45 years old, but looked older than his real age. He worked as a truck driver in a construction site. It was a labor work. Jiang Su earned thousands of yuan every month. With Gu Qing's salary, they lived a better life than Gu Ning and her mother. However, the family of Gu Qing still lived on a tight budget. They were not able to buy a house, but lived in a rental one. Though City F was a third-tier city, the house price wasn't low, especially in the downtown. Even in the suburb, it cost at least hundreds of thousand yuan to buy a house for the whole family to live. Jiang Su's parents had passed away for a long time, so he didn't need to support his parents, but it was still very hard for him to save enough money because of expenditure on renting and tuition. So it was a sky-high price for them. As long as they had food to eat, clothes to wear, and their child could go to school, they felt happy. Although the family of Gu Qing lived on a tight budget, they would help Gu Ning and Gu Man whenever they could. When Gu Ning had been in hospital, the rest of the Gu family had ignored. Even when Gu-man had called them to borrow money, they all had rejected. Only Gu Cheng and Jiang Su had visited Gu Ning. Moreover, they had given Gu-man all of their savings to help Gu Ning with the surgery. Fortunately, Gu Ning had recovered at the end. Gu Ning didn't want to tell Gu-man that she had earned a lot of money. She wanted to wait till she could afford a house. And she surely would never forget the family of Gu Cheng. She would also help them to live a good life when she became rich in the future. Thinking of that, Gu Ning opened her mouth suddenly. Mom, Aunt, and Uncle. I promise I'll let you live a good life when I become successful in the future. Everyone was surprised by Gu Ning. No matter if it was going to be true or not, they felt happy that Gu Ning cared about them. And Gu Ning had just grown up, her future was still unpredictable. Great. We'll wait till the day come. Ning Ning, we believe you can be successful. Exactly, we all believe you. Gu Cheng and Jiang Su was moved, and encouraged Gu Ning at the same time. Gu-man then found out Gu Ning had changed. She was more outgoing now than before. Because they really loved each other as family, they had a good time that day. Lying on the bed before falling asleep, Gu Ning took out her notebooks to read. Though Gu Ning was a good student in her previous incarnation, but not excellent enough. It was harder for Gu Ning in this incarnation to get into college. So, Gu Ning had to spend more time and energy on studying. She opened her notebooks, reading them 10 lines at one sight. The content had all deeply borne in her mind. The jade eyes was really extraordinary. The second day was Monday. Gu-man had already called Gu Ning's head teacher for a few days' leave due to her accident. Though Gu Ning was fine now, Gu-man still wanted her to stay at home. But Gu Ning believed otherwise. She wanted to go to school. Gu-man agreed at the end. Gu Ning had encountered Xiao Feifei yesterday. She didn't want her head teacher to know that she had recovered but wasn't willing to attend the classes. Gu Ning didn't care about the difficulties. She just didn't want to get into any more trouble. The first class was at 6:50 a.m. It took Gu Ning around 20 minutes to get to her school by bus. Normally, Gu Ning would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Gu-man went to work at 8:30, because the factory wasn't far away. It took Gu-man half an hour on her way to work, so she left home at 7:40 a.m. Thus, to let Gu-man have more sleep, Gu Ning never ate breakfast at home, but would have all her 3 meals at her school. She only went back home when the last class had been finished. Chapter 13, Shameless People. Gu Ning had a weekly allowance of 100 yuan. It wasn't much, but for Gu Ning it was a lot. When Gu Ning left her home, Gu-man gave her 100 yuan. Though Gu Ning had a lot of money now, she didn't want anyone to know that. She took the money from Gu-man as usual. Gu Ning didn't take the bus, but ran to her school. Because Gu Ning wasn't in good health, she needed to exercise. Gu Ning decided she would run to her school from now on, except on rainy days. The number 3 high school of City F was a normal high school. There were 5 high schools in City F. Only the number 1 high school was excellent, and the rest were all common. Gu Ning had run for half an hour when she arrived at her school. Gu Ning was weak indeed. Half an hour of running made her exhausted. Gu Ning wanted to be strong, but she also knew it will take time to achieve her goal. So, she didn't want to push herself too hard. She wanted to accomplish it step by step. Gu Ning had left her home earlier, so it was still 20 minutes before the first class. She decided to have her breakfast first. She went to buy her breakfast and finished on her way back. Gu Ning? The second Gu Ning walked into the teaching building, a male voice called her with uncertainty. Gu Ning frowned tightly, because she knew who this familiar voice was. It was Qin Zhang. She looked over. It was Qin Zhang indeed. Qin Zhang was around 5 feet 11 inches tall in a white t-shirt and jeans. He was a very handsome athletic boy, and popular among the girls. But what he had done to Gu Ning was so shameless. What? Gu Ning stayed emotionless, like the boy was merely a stranger to her. Actually, it was the truth. Though she had all the memories of Gu Ning, she was Tang Aining after all. Except Gu Man and the family of Gu Qing, the rest were all strangers to Gu Ning. Even those relatives in the Gu family, she wouldn't care about them. Qin Zhang was the cause why Gu Ning had died, but Gu Ning had been reborn now. She had no intention to take revenge on him. If they wouldn't find her any trouble, she would let it go, but if they would, Gu Ning would fight back. Seeing Gu Ning, Qin Zhan was greatly surprised. Hadn't she been caught by a car accident? Why she looked so good now? Due to his astonishment, Qin Zhang didn't realize Gu Ning's attitude towards him had changed. He asked, Are you alright? Though Qin Zhang didn't like Gu Ning, he felt guilty about her accident. And then? Gu Ning asked back. What? Qin Zhang didn't understand. What do you mean? Gu Ning snorted with laughter. She looked at Qin Zhang like he was an idiot. Qin Zhang, are you blind? Can't you see that I'm standing here right before your eyes? I'm fine. Leave me alone. You? Qin Zhan was displeased at once, because he had been humiliated. However, he was more surprised by Gu Ning's change. She was so brave and straightforward now, which was totally different from the old self-abased quiet Gu Ning. Was this because of the car accident? She had changed a lot. Yes, the soul had been exchanged, and the personality had changed as well. What? Gu Ning said calmly, like she hadn't shouted at him at all. Bravo, a loud female voice sounded. Those shameless people build their happiness on others' suffering, and they're even proud of that. The girl was in a school uniform with long straight hair. She had very beautiful features with big round eyes, thick lips, and looked cute. But her behavior was so different from her appearance. She swaggered over in abrasive manners. It was 10 minutes away from the first class. There were many students walking inside. The girl's words attracted much attention. Qin Zhang was well known in their high school for his good looks, excellent performance, and rich family. But all those were in others' eyes. Only his closest friends knew what he was really liked. If he was a real good boy, he wouldn't have chased Gu Xiaoxiao on a condition of hurting another innocent girl. However, the onlookers all stood on Qin Zhang's side. They didn't believe that what had happened between Qin Zhang and Gu Ning was immoral. They thought it was interesting instead. Only Mu Ke had warned Gu Ning. And no one else, except them, knew the truth about what had happened. Qin Zhang hadn't allowed Gu Ning to tell others, because it had been a game from the beginning to the end. If anyone else knew Qin Zhang had a girlfriend like Gu Ning, who was poor, self-abased and bad at studying, he would be humiliated. Chu Pei Han, you. Qin Zhang was annoyed while the crowd was confused. He wanted to argue back, but had no idea how to. He knew in his heart that he had done something bad. On the other side, Gu Ning frowned a little when she heard the name Chu Pei Han. She knew the girl was famous in school. But the girl wasn't famous for anything good. She was always late for classes, involved in fights and so forth. She had received countless warnings. Normally, she would have been expelled, but she was so good at studying and always be the top 40. Moreover, she was from a powerful family, so she wasn't afraid of being expelled at all. Gee, don't be mad so easily. I didn't call your name after all. Chu Peihan laughed at Qin Zhang. Chapter 14, You Mixie. Chu Peihan's arrogant attitude made Qin Zhang be in a rage. He was speechless though, because Chu Peihan indeed hadn't called his name. Qin Zhang knew it wasn't a wise decision to stay here longer. He snorted, glared at Chu Peihan, and gave Gu Ning a complicated glance, then was gone. Ha, I thought he was brave. He's merely a boring coward. Chu Peihan felt bored when Qin Zhang left. Qin Zhang hadn't gone far actually. He heard every word Chu Peihan had just said. He was irritated, but tried his best to curb his anger. Though Chu Peihan wasn't famous for anything good, Gu Ning liked her. She thought she was a good and funny girl. At least, Chu Peihan was being real. "Hey, is this the boy who you have loved?" "What a choice!" Chu Peihan raised her eyebrow with disdain. The reason why Chu Peihan knew everything is because she had happened to see the scene when Qin Zhang had broken up with Gu Ning. Though she strongly disagreed what Qin Zhang had done, she wasn't interested in getting involved. She stood up for Gu Ning today only because she agreed with every word Gu Ning had just said to Qin Zhang. "Well, I guess every girl will meet a bad boy when she's young and dumb," Gu Ning joked. "Yeah, sure," Chu Peihan laughed. "Oh, it's almost the time. Let's go to the classroom." Gu Ning ignored Chu Peihan, running away. Chu Peihan followed up immediately, "I like what you've said, and I'll use it in the future." Gu Ning didn't know what to say. Was she really enjoying swearing? "Be my guest," Gu Ning replied. "What else do you have?" Chu Peihan asked sincerely. Gu Ning was speechless. "Nothing," Gu Ning answered casually. She didn't want to be bothered any longer. Chu Peihan pursed her lips and closed her mouth. Chu Peihan studied at the second classroom, while Gu Ning at the fourth classroom. Their classrooms were on the same floor. After a while, both of them went up to the third floor. Chu Peihan entered her classroom first and said goodbye to Gu Ning. In the fourth classroom of grade 9. The minute Gu Ning walked in, she felt unfriendly sights right away. She looked over. Xiao Feifei was staring at her in an evil way. There were several other girls around her who glared at Gu Ning in the same way. Yang Yulu shared a table with Xiao Feifei, and the girl sat before them called Wu Qingya. Those three girls were always together. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya were Xiao Feifei's acolytes in fact, because they followed Xiao Feifei's orders. If Xiao Feifei hated Gu Ning, they would do the same thing. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya was willing to be Xiao Feifei's acolytes for a reason. Xiao Feifei was from a rich family, while Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya were from a normal family. They could have a relatively luxurious lifestyle as long as they followed Xiao Feifei. Moreover, if any rich boy picked them, they could change their life. Xiao Feifei's family only had millions of wealth, and wasn't the super rich family. The super rich families would own hundreds of millions wealth. If a family didn't have that much assets, they wouldn't be called the super rich. But in normal people's eyes, Xiao Feifei's family was rich enough. The number 3 high school was a common high school without many real rich young generation, so people like Xiao Feifei was able to show off. Seeing Gu Ning coming, Xiao Feifei's sight turned eviler. Xiao Feifei was still angry about what had happened yesterday. Though she knew Gu Ning was different now, she wasn't scared of her. In her eyes, Gu Ning was still the poor pathetic girl. As for Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya, they were simply doing whatever Xiao Feifei did. Gu Ning ignored them instead. She couldn't care less about those ridiculous people. She found her seat. It was at the back row. "Gu Ning, so nice to meet you again. You didn't come to class yesterday. I'm worried." After Gu Ning had sat down, the girl beside her talked to her immediately. Gu Ning barely had friends in her school, except this girl, Yumixi, who shared a desk with her. Yumixi was also from a poor family. Her mother had been lying sick on the bed for many years. Her father ran a breakfast shop to support the whole family. Yumixi's family was living on a tight budget as well, because of her mother's illness and her tuition fee. Additionally, Yumixi's relatives disliked her family either. Those two poor girls ended up being good friends. Facing Yumixi's kindness, Gu Ning was moved. She explained, "I didn't feel comfortable yesterday, so I didn't come." "Oh, are you all right now?" Yumixi asked. "I'm fine," Gu Ning replied. "Good to hear that," Yumixi was relieved. Gu Ning noticed her desk was clean today. She understood immediately that Mixi had helped her. She felt grateful again. It was 6:50, the first class began. The students were supposed to read out loud, which helped them to remember the content. Gu Ning was reading the book quietly. Before long, the head teacher came. The head teacher's name was Zhang Qiuhua. She was around 40 years old, and was a strict teacher. Most importantly, she treated every student equally, no matter if the student was from a poor or a rich family. Gu Ning liked this teacher. Zhang Qiuhua stood in the front of the classroom. When her sight fell on Gu Ning, she was surprised. "Gu Ning, come out with me." Then, Zhang Qiuhua stepped out of the classroom first. Chapter 15, Do You Have a Crush on Me? Seeing Gu Ning asked out by Zhang Qiuhua, everyone was looking at her. Some were puzzled, and some bloated, especially Xiao Feifei and her friends. Xiao Feifei believed the head teacher was going to blame Gu Ning for her yesterday's absence. Only Gu Ning stayed calm, and she knew the real intention of her head teacher. "Gu Ning." Mixi called her with worry. "It's fine." Gu Ning gave her a glance to comfort her. "Professor Zhang, nice to see you again," Gu Ning greeted Zhang Qiuhua politely. "Gu Ning, your mother told me that you were in a car accident and needed a surgery. How could you be all right all of a sudden?" Zhang Qiuhua asked with doubt. The day before yesterday, Gu Man had just called Zhang Qiuhua and told her Gu Ning had been caught by a car accident, but Gu Ning showed up as usual in school today. Everyone would ask what had actually happened. Gu Ning understood that, so she explained, "I did have a car accident. My brain has been damaged and I fell into unconsciousness. The doctor said there was blood congestion in my brain and must be cleaned out by surgery. However, I woke up the next day, and the blood congestion was gone. So I'm fine now." Zhang Qiuhua thought it was so unbelievable, but she didn't ask further. Miracles could happen. "I'm glad you're fine, but you need to take care of yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, just let me know. Now, you can go back," Zhang Qiuhua said. She cared about her student, especially she just had recovered from a car accident. "Thank you so much," Gu Ning thanked her teacher, then went back to classroom. The minute Gu Ning was back, everyone's sight fell on her again. They all wanted to know whether Zhang Qiuhua had criticized her. However, Gu Ning looked the same as usual. Nothing was different. Xiao Feifei and her friends felt upset. Hadn't Zhang Qiuhua criticized Gu Ning? Or, Gu Ning was merely pretending that everything was fine? Exactly, she must be pretending. Zhang Qiuhua must have strongly criticized her. But Xiao Feifei still felt uncomfortable to see that Gu Ning didn't wear a sad face. "Gu Ning, are you all right?" Mixi asked immediately when Gu Ning sat down. "I'm fine," Gu Ning smiled. Mixi was relieved seeing Gu Ning was really fine. She continued to read when Zhang Qiuhua walked in. After a while, Mixi finally realized that Gu Ning was different, but she didn't know where and why. Gu Ning, on the other side, focused on her books. She read and flipped fast, bearing the context in her mind. Xiao Feifei paid her attention to Gu Ning once in a while. She saw how fast Gu Ning read a book. "Look at Gu Ning, she's so good in pretending. How could she read a word by flipping so fast? And she even pretends to be a good student." Xiao Feifei said to Yang Yulu. "Exactly, she's pretending to be a good student." Yang Yulu agreed. Xiao Feifei intended to cause trouble when the class was over. "Yulu, Qingya, let me tell you something." Xiao Feifei called Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya, but her voice was loud enough to let everyone in the classroom hear it clearly. Everyone instantly knew what was going to happen next, and they have all their ears on them. "Please tell us." Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya cooperated actively. "I met somebody who's too poor to afford a meal in a jewelry store yesterday. She was disliked because she didn't have much money. And she even said the jewelry of another person were fake. Wasn't she being so jealous of the rich? Xiao Feifei talked to Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya, while watching at Gu Ning all the time. It was apparent that the somebody in her story was precisely Gu Ning. No one doubted Xiao Feifei, but looked over at Gu Ning with disdain. Though many of them weren't from a rich family, they lived a much better life than Gu Ning. Moreover, none of them dared to walk in a jewelry store, which was the rich people's place. Of course she was jealous of the rich. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya responded in a perfect accord. Yu Mixi glanced at Gu Ning with worry. She knew Gu Ning was not like that, and was mad at the others' behavior. Especially Xiao Feifei and her friends, they were all bullies. Wasn't a jewelry store open to anyone? Who said the poor couldn't walk in a jewelry store? And why did someone has to buy something once he or she walked in a jewelry store? But Yu Mixi was too weak to argue back. She only kept the anger to herself. Well, I think somebody does have a good appearance. If she can't buy it on her own, she can find herself a sugar daddy. As long as her sugar daddy is pleased, she's able to buy one then. Xiao Feifei added. Hearing this, everyone stared at Gu Ning in a strange way, like she had already found herself a sugar daddy. Even Gu Ning herself was displeased now. She threw a cold look at Xiao Feifei. The latter felt threatened at once. But a few seconds later, Xiao Feifei felt she had been humiliated, and was annoyed. She yelled at Gu Ning, "What do you think you are? I'm not talking about you. If you're willing to admit, be my guest." "Oh, have I admitted that you're talking about me? I'm just curious, why do you keep looking at me while you're telling the story? Do you have a crush on me?" "Sorry to tell you, I only like boys." Gu Ning wore a serious face while she was joking. Ha ha. Ha ha, ha ha. Everyone laughed out loud, which made Xiao Feifei feel embarrassed. She hit the desk with a snap sound, shouting at Gu Ning, "Shut your mouth. You're literally shameless. I don't like you. If you dare to say it again, I'll tear you mouth apart." While saying this, Xiao Feifei seemed she was ready to fight. "Gu Ning, you're a shameless girl, and stay away from Feifei." Yang Yulu helped Xiao Feifei, and glared at Gu Ning. "Exactly, Gu Ning, how could you be so shameless?" Wu Qingya followed up with an evil face. "Gu Ning," Yu Mixi called her with concern, trying to stop her from standing up against Xiao Feifei. But before she could say it, Gu Ning stopped her by a glance. Gu Ning knew Yu Mixi was worried about her, but she was different now. She wasn't scared of Xiao Feifei any longer. And she wanted to deal with her issues by herself. Chapter 16, Beat Xiao Feifei. She hoped her real friends would understand her instead of questioning her decisions. Gu Ning decided to talk to Yu Mixi later about that. It was the first time that Yu Mixi had seen Gu Ning being so aggressive and brave. She closed her mouth and stayed quiet. Facing Xiao Feifei and her two helpers, Gu Ning stayed calm. "Then you tell me, why did you look at me all the time while you were telling the story?" Gu Ning did it on purpose to irritate Xiao Feifei. Xiao Feifei immediately argued back with intense dislike, "Because the somebody was you. Do you want to deny it? You're poor and you dare to walk in a jewelry store. You couldn't afford anything in there, and you were jealous of those who could. If you want a piece of jewelry, take my advice and find yourself a sugar daddy, probably your sugar daddy." Xiao Feifei stopped all of a sudden, because her mouth was stuck by a ball of paper. The paper ball was exactly thrown by Gu Ning in a quick, violent, and accurate way. Everyone was struck dumb with amazement. What? What has happened? Did Gu Ning just throw a paper ball into Xiao Feifei's mouth from 3 meters away? Yes, I'm sure you're right. Really? It couldn't be true. It must be a coincidence. Probably. The rest remained speechless. Everyone was shocked, but believed it was merely a coincidence. Xiao Feifei almost swallowed the paper ball down and felt disgusted. She spat the ball out at once, roaring in anger to Gu Ning, "You bitch! How dare you!" Gu Ning didn't say a word, but approached Xiao Feifei step by step. She stared straight at Xiao Feifei, which frightened Xiao Feifei. Gu Ning walked to Xiao Feifei and soon she's in front of her. Before Xiao Feifei was able to react, she raised her hand and slapped Xiao Feifei across the face. Bam! A loud snap sound. Everyone was more than shocked now. Gu Ning beat Xiao Feifei? Not only had Gu Ning hit Xiao Feifei, she also had hit her with great force. Xiao Feifei was slapped dumb with a mark of palm on her face. Gu Ning, you're so rude and unkind. How could you hit Xiao Feifei? At that moment, Yang Chengjun argued, like it was all Gu Ning's fault. Everybody knew Yang Chengjun liked Xiao Feifei, and he would stand up for her no matter what she had done. Unfortunately, Xiao Feifei didn't like him. Though Yang Chengjun was tall and handsome, he was from an ordinary family. Xiao Feifei wouldn't like a boy from a much poorer family than hers. But Xiao Feifei enjoyed the feeling that she was protected by somebody, which showed she was charismatic. Xiao Feifei would not reject Yang Chengjun neither. Probably Yang Chengjun still believed he had a chance, or he was merely enjoying chasing. He never gave up on Xiao Feifei. Wasn't she being so rude to humiliate me? Gu Ning asked back. But she didn't hit you, Yang Chengjun argued. Then I can humiliate her as well? Gu Ning sneered. You? Suddenly, Xiao Feifei shouted out, Gu Ning, how dare you beat me? You're a bitch. Xiao Feifei swore at Gu Ning and raised her hand. Before her hand fell down, Gu Ning caught it in the air. Everyone was astonished by Gu Ning's speed. She was able to catch Xiao Feifei's hand so quickly. You? If you dare to call me bitch anymore, I'll let you suffer more than a slap. Gu Ning warned coldly. Xiao Feifei felt the pressure immediately. She looked at Gu Ning with her mouth shut. The rest of the students in the classroom all remained silent. Nobody dared to utter a word. Gu Ning loosened Xiao Feifei's hand, returning back to her seat. After a few seconds, Xiao Feifei realized she had been hit and humiliated by Gu Ning. She tried to win back. Gu Ning, do you want to get away with it like that? Xiao Feifei shouted again. She threw a bottle of water on her desk to Gu Ning's head. Seeing this, almost everyone waited to witness another drama. Though they found Gu Ning was different and became brave as well as persuasive, they still had a very low opinion of her. In their eyes, no matter how Gu Ning had changed, she wasn't able to change the fact that she was from a poor family without any influence. As for Xiao Feifei, she was born in a rich, powerful family. Gu Ning was doomed to fail in the end. It was so easy for Xiao Feifei's family to deal with such a little trouble like Gu Ning. So, what Gu Ning had done only raised dislike. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning turned around, hitting the bottle of water back at Xiao Feifei. The bottle knocked straight on Xiao Feifei's forehead. Her forehead was already starting to swell. Once again, everyone was amazed. If Gu Ning had done it by chance the last time, then she must have aimed at Xiao Feifei this time. Now, everyone's opinion of Gu Ning began to change. At short notice, Xiao Feifei cried out. Feifei, Yang Yulu and Wu Qingyao ran to check Xiao Feifei's injury. Gu Ning, Yang Chengjun was annoyed. He clenched his fists, and was likely to fight with Gu Ning. Right at this moment, the head teacher came in. What happened? The head teacher asked seriously. Seeing the head teacher was here, Yang Chengjun immediately replied, It's Gu Ning. She slapped and hit Xiao Feifei. Chapter 17 Ain't Afraid of Xiao Feifei. Yang Chengjun wanted to have a preemptive strike on Gu Ning, but he forgot that the head teacher never jumped to conclusions without knowing all the facts. So, the head teacher turned to Gu Ning and inquired, Gu Ning, can you explain all of that? Yes, I admit that I've hit Xiao Feifei, only because she has insulted me first. I went to a jewelry store yesterday. I just wanted to take a look, but she humiliated me for being poor. And today, she laughed at me in front of everyone, saying I needed to find myself a sugar daddy. I simply used a ball of paper to shut her mouth, then she called me bitch. I was so irritated, and slapped her. She threw a bottle of water to me afterwards. I raised my hand to protect myself. Unexpectedly, the bottle of water flew right back at her and hit her forehead. That's all. Gu Ning answered. She did tell the truth, but didn't say that she deliberately had aimed at Xiao Feifei to hit her by the bottle of water. Gu Ning think there was no need to hide. The head teacher was more than disappointed now. She turned to Xiao Feifei, is it true? Xiao Feifei wanted to argue, but she was afraid of the head teacher. She didn't say anything at the end, but lowered her head. Yang Chengjun, Wu Qingya and Yang Yulu remained quiet as well. They all didn't want to get into trouble. Now, the head teacher knew what really had happened. It was Xiao Feifei's fault to insult Gu Ning at first, then it was Gu Ning's fault to hit Xiao Feifei back. Since you both have made mistakes, you either both receive a punishment or forgive each other. You can choose. The head teacher decided to let them make the choice themselves. Punishment couldn't solve every problem. Their attitude mattered most. The head teacher didn't care whether they would fight again, as long as they didn't fight in the school. Gu Ning agreed. That was exactly what she wanted. So she said to Xiao Feifei casually, Xiao Feifei, you can choose. Whatever you want. I don't mind. Xiao Feifei thought it was a challenge though. She was angry, and glared at Gu Ning. Xiao Feifei absolutely would not forgive Gu Ning. She was the one who had been injured after all. However, she didn't want to be punished neither. Thus, even though Xiao Feifei was annoyed, she had to call it an end. But she promised to herself that she would beat Gu Ning one day in the future. Alright, Xiao Feifei was hurt, and must go to the infirmary now, the head teacher said. Then, accompanied by Yang Yulu, Xiao Feifei went to the infirmary. Yang Chengjun glared at Gu Ning before he went back to his seat. The second class began. There were few people outside. Xiao Feifei said with anger, Gu Ning, let's go and see. I'll definitely pay you back. Sure. We must teach Gu Ning a lesson, Yang Yulu agreed immediately. The head teacher taught math. She was a strict teacher, and no one dared to zone out. Gu Ning focused on the class as well. Though she owned the jade eyes, she needed to learn. Luckily, she was a good student in her last incarnation. It wasn't difficult for her to learn. As for Yumixi, she was still worried during the whole class. She felt slightly uncomfortable about Gu Ning's change, but she was more concerned that Xiao Feifei would revenge on Gu Ning. At last, the class was over. Yumixi asked Gu Ning at once, Gu Ning, you've had bad blood with Xiao Feifei. Aren't you afraid? Before Yumixi could finish, Gu Ning interrupted her. Gu Ning wore a serious face. She said in a low voice, Mixi, I know you care about me, but I just want to let you know staying quiet and weak won't help you with anything. I've had enough, and I don't think Xiao Feifei is able to hurt me. If you're scared of her, you can stay away from me. I won't blame you. If you're still willing to be my friend, then get used to my changes. And I do hope you can change as well. You need to say no to whatever you dislike. You need to fight back against unfairness. Most importantly, you need to fight for what you want. I'm not going to force you to. It's all up to you. Gu Ning would not force Yumixi to change. She just wanted to help. What Gu Ning had said literally shocked Yumixi. She thought Gu Ning was right. If you were always weak and quiet, nobody would care about your real feelings. Seeing Gu Ning being so outgoing and confident, Yumixi was encouraged. She wanted to change too. Though she was still afraid of Xiao Feifei, she wasn't willing to stay quiet and weak any longer. She wanted to live for herself. She would say no to her dislikes, fight against the unfairness, and fight for what she loved. Yumixi had the answer in her heart, but she couldn't help doubting herself. Gu Ning, you're right. Being weak and quiet won't help us with anything. I hate to be humiliated anymore. I want to change, but can I? As long as you want to, then you absolutely can, Gu Ning said. Yumixi was determined now. I will. Mixi, since you're my friend, I promise if you need me, I'll spare no effort to help you. And I hate betrayal. Please tell me directly if you don't want to be my friend, instead of hurting me for benefits. Gu Ning said, warned and promised at the same time. Chapter 18, Gu Xiao Xiao. Facing Gu Ning's warning and promise, Yumixi replied with honesty, Gu Ning, I cherish our friendship. Yes, though Yumixi was self-abased, she knew what was loyalty. Once she had taken somebody as her friend, she wouldn't betray. Great, I believe you, Gu Ning smiled lightly. For this time, Gu Ning sincerely took Yumixi as her friend. It wasn't easy for Gu Ning to trust someone, but as long as she decided to, she would take it seriously. Gu Ning of course wouldn't tell her friend everything, but she wouldn't hurt her friend either. She was always willing to help her friend. During this morning, Xiao Feifei, Yang Yulu, Wu Qingya and Yang Chengjun all glared at Gu Ning with hatred. Gu Ning knew Xiao Feifei wouldn't give up, but she wasn't afraid at all. She was different now. When they had finished morning classes, Gu Ning and Yumixi left the classroom. They went straight to the canteen. Fortunately, Xiao Feifei didn't find them any trouble. But the minute Gu Ning walked out of the teaching building, she was stopped by a girl. The girl was Gu Xiaoxiao, Gu Ning's cousin, who was one of the causes of Gu Ning's death. Though Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't as pretty as Gu Ning, she had good features, otherwise Qin Zhang wouldn't have fallen in love with her. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxiao was from a rich family. Although the Qin family has the power and some money, it wasn't enough. They needed more money to achieve their goals. Gu Ning, I didn't expect you could survive. Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes were full of hatred and unkindness. She had had nightmares for 2 days after she had witnessed the car accident. But when she heard the news from Qin Zhang this morning that Gu Ning had survived, her hatred grew deeper. She had suffered from nightmares for 2 days, while Gu Ning was fine and healthy. Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't stand the truth. Gu Xiaoxiao was a selfish girl who only cared about herself. In her eyes, it was all Gu Ning's fault. If I really died because of that car accident, aren't you afraid that I'm going to find you as a ghost? Gu Ning stared at Gu Xiaoxiao with a fake smile on her face. Gu Ning knew Gu Xiaoxiao must be terrified, and had 2 terrible days because of the car accident. Of course, Gu Xiaoxiao didn't feel guilty at all. She was merely scared. Gu Xiaoxiao's face changed. Gu Ning had hit the point apparently. Though Gu Xiaoxiao was annoyed, she didn't want to mention the car accident anymore. Gu Ning, Qin Zhang never liked you anyway. You're no longer his girlfriend. So please stay away from him, and don't embarrass yourself. Gu Xiaoxiao said to Gu Ning. Gu Xiaoxiao was being proud like she was the winner. She just wanted to hurt Gu Ning. She wanted to see Gu Ning being sad and miserable. Unfortunately, Gu Ning had already changed. She would not be hurt, but instead felt disgusted. And in Gu Ning's eyes, Gu Xiaoxiao was merely a joke. I don't want such a terrible boy like him at all. Only girls like you will find him attractive. Disgusting. Gu Ning argued. What? Gu Xiaoxiao was surprised. She couldn't believe what she had just heard from Gu Ning. She said she disliked Qin Zhang, and even thought he was terrible? Gu Xiaoxiao wouldn't believe it. Gu Ning must be pretending that she didn't care. Gu Xiaoxiao responded afterwards, Gu Ning, keep lying to yourself. Do you really think I'll believe you? Believe it or not, I don't care. Gu Ning couldn't care less about Gu Xiaoxiao. Then, she walked away directly. You? Gu Xiaoxiao was irritated. She wanted to catch Gu Ning and argued back, but had to give up because she was waiting for Qin Zhang. After a while, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly realized Gu Ning was a little different now. In the past, Gu Ning would never argue back. However, she was so aggressive now. Had her personality changed after the car accident? When they had walked away, Yu Mixi looked at Gu Ning once in a while. She seemed she had something to say. Just tell me, what do you want to say? Gu Ning asked first. Though Gu Ning actually knew what Yu Mixi wanted to know, she still intended to let Yu Mixi ask out herself. After a few seconds, Yu Mixi couldn't help but inquire, Gu Ning, have you really been with Qin Zhang? It was beyond Yu Mixi's imagination that Qin Zhang would be with Gu Ning. The two were from hugely different backgrounds. Yu Mixi was curious. Kind of. Gu Xiaoxiao wanted to humiliate me, so she let Qin Zhang chase me, then dumped me after 2 months. She merely wanted to see me being a joke. So I don't think I really have been with him. Gu Ning didn't hide. She told the truth. What? Yu Mixi was shocked. Then she felt aggrieved for Gu Ning. They're just a bunch of bullies. How could they do that to you? Yu Mixi felt sorry for Gu Ning, and also felt guilty for she couldn't do anything for her friend. It's fine. It's an old story. I'm good now, Gu Ning comforted Yu Mixi. Yu Mixi took a look at Gu Ning, making sure she was actually good. Then Yu Mixi felt better. Did he take advantage of you? Yu Mixi asked later. No, we even didn't walk hand in hand, Gu Ning replied. Yes, they even hadn't walked hand in hand, let alone other intimate behaviors. Qin Zhang never liked Gu Ning. Their relationship was merely a game. Qin Zhang would never touch Gu Ning. Great, Yu Mixi was relieved. Gu Ning smiled, but didn't explain further. She thought Yu Mixi was a lovely friend. When they finally arrived at the canteen, Yu Mixi went to take food, but asked Gu Ning to stay on her seat. Gu Ning knew Yu Mixi wanted to buy her lunch in case she would eat a beamed bun as usual. But Gu Ning rejected. Chapter 19, Humiliation from Chen Ziao. This meal is on me. Let me tell you a secret. I've picked up some money on a road. It was said that you must share the money that you accidentally picked up with someone else, or you'll have bad luck. Gu Ning lied to Yu Mixi with the same old excuse. Really? That's great. Then this time is on you. I'll buy you a meal this afternoon. Yu Mixi didn't reject this time. She also had heard the old saying. The canteen had 2 floors. The first floor was for the public, providing cheap and not delicious food. The food was made in a large amount every time. Taste wasn't the first priority, as long as the food was cooked. The second floor was a private dining place. You could order whatever you wanted first, then the cook would cook for you one by one. Accordingly, the price was much higher. If you dined in the public cafeteria, 10 yuan would be enough. However, if you dined in the private cafeteria, 100 yuan were barely enough. So when Gu Ning proposed to have their meal on the second floor, Yu Mixi immediately refused. Gu Ning wouldn't listen to her, and walked to the second floor directly. Yu Mixi then had to follow up. Though the students in the private cafeteria weren't as many as the students in the public cafeteria, the second floor was mostly occupied, because there were lots of rich kids. The second Gu Ning and her friend went upstairs, an unkind female voice sounded, Gee, isn't this Gu Ning from the 4th classroom? Isn't she the well-known poor student? Why is she here? Gu Ning actually wasn't famous at all. Only her classmates or Gu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zhang's friends knew her. The girl had already mentioned Gu Ning was from the 4th classroom, which meant she wasn't Gu Ning's classmate. The girl also couldn't be Qin Zhang's acquaintance. Gu Ning was sure that she must be a friend of Gu Xiaoxiao's. Gu Ning had no intention to argue back. She looked over at the girl. The girl was exactly Gu Xiaoxiao's good friend. Her name was Chen Ziyao. She was a senior from the second classroom. Chen Ziyao was born in a rich family as well. Her father, who had dozens of millions of assets, was a director of a famous real estate corporation. The corporation Chen Ziyao's father worked for was in close cooperation with the company Gu Xiaoxiao's father worked for. They gathered together often. Chen Ziyao and Gu Xiaoxiao became good friends naturally. Chen Ziyao also knew what had happened between Gu Ning and Qin Zhang. However, Gu Xiaoxiao and Qin Zhang had asked her to keep the truth to herself, so she never told anyone. Gu Ning just gave her a glance, then ignored her. She went to an empty table with Yu Mixi, starting to order. Gu Ning ignored Chen Ziyao, but in Chen Ziyao's eyes, Gu Ning was a coward. She was used to laughing at Gu Ning all the time, and Gu Ning never had argued back. I think she probably has picked up money on a road, a girl who sat beside Chen Ziyao added. They never miss any chance to make fun of Gu Ning. Yu Mixi, on the other side, was surprised that the girl knew the fact. Seeing Yu Mixi's face, Gu Ning didn't know how to explain. Before long, Gu Ning had finished their order. It was the best meal they ever had in school for all those years. Gu Ning, isn't this too much? Yu Mixi asked. They had spent almost 200 yuan. If they ate in the public cafeteria, 200 yuan were totally enough for a week. Don't worry, it's nothing. Gu Ning replied. Yu Mixi then closed her mouth. Oh, let me see what you two poor little girl have today. Chen Ziyao stood up, walking towards Gu Ning. She assumed Gu Ning and Yu Mixi must be too poor to have something really good. Only those rich girls who were bored would enjoy making fun of others. The minute Chen Ziyao came over, Gu Ning put away the bill. She stood up and went to the cook. Gu Ning directly ignored Chen Ziyao again. Chen Ziyao was displeased. She reached out to grab the bill. However, Gu Ning wouldn't allow her to do that. Gu Ning moved slightly away. Chen Ziyao grabbed nothing but air. She felt embarrassed, shouting at Gu Ning afterwards, Gu Ning, how dare you to escape? Chen Ziyao's angry voice raised attention from many students. Gu Ning ignored Chen Ziyao earlier because she didn't want to get into trouble, but now the trouble found her. Gu Ning decided to face it. She stopped, looking straight at Chen Ziyao. Why not? Chen Ziyao was struck dumb suddenly. She didn't expect Gu Ning would argue back. In Chen Ziyao's eyes, Gu Ning was merely a poor, weak, miserable girl. She could bully Gu Ning whenever and wherever she wanted. But now everything was different. Gu Ning even argued her back in front of everyone. Chen Ziyao felt shamed. Gu Ning, you know you're a poor girl and have no right to fight against me. What's wrong with me being a poor girl? It's none of your business. You have no right to stand in my way. Gu Ning argued again. She never liked Chen Ziyao. Chen Ziyao was annoyed. Actually, Chen Ziyao did have no right to stand in others' way. Now, the onlookers all believed Chen Ziyao had shamed herself. Amid everyone's dislike, Chen Ziyao was more than irritated. She knew she had no right to stand in Gu Ning's way, but she was so used to making fun of Gu Ning. Chen Ziyao couldn't accept the fact that Gu Ning had stood up against her. Therefore, Chen Ziyao didn't give up. Gu Ning, do you know your mother was pregnant before getting married? You're merely a bastard without a father. Chapter 20 hit Chen Ziyao. Bam! Before Chen Ziyao was able to finish, she was slapped heavily on the face. This time was much heavier than last time on Xiao Feifei's face. What Chen Ziyao had said completely irritated Gu Ning. Not only had Chen Ziyao humiliated Gu Ning, but also had humiliated her mother, which was absolutely unbearable. Chen Ziyao was hit dumb, and didn't know what to do next all of a sudden. It was beyond her imagination that Gu Ning had the nerve to hit her. Everyone was also shocked by what had happened, but no one disagreed. Though some of them disliked Gu Ning when they found out her background, they all believed it was rude to humiliate Gu Ning in that way. Not everyone would make fun of other people's pain. Gu Ning, how dare you hit me? Chen Ziyao finally realized what she had got. She raised her hand, trying to beat Gu Ning. However, the second she raised her hand, she was caught tightly by Gu Ning. Chen Ziyao was in pain immediately, but unable to run away. Gu Ning, let me go. Chen Ziyao's face changed because of the pain. Gu Ning didn't let her go. She looked coldly at Chen Ziyao. Her sight was like an icy sword on Chen Ziyao's neck. Chen Ziyao felt threatened at once with horror on her face. Chen Ziyao was even trembling under the pressure of Gu Ning. Everyone was also astonished by Gu Ning's power. The private cafeteria was quiet like death all of a sudden. Gu Ning opened her mouth. Chen Ziyao, I don't think I have ever hurt you. Why couldn't you stop doing this to me? Do you really think I'll let you get away with it when you've humiliated my mother before my face? Then, Gu Ning threw Chen Ziyao away by her hand. Chen Ziyao stumbled, and almost fell. The girl, who was with Chen Ziyao, didn't dare to say a word. Chen Ziyao herself was still in a shock. At the same time, Gu Xiaoxiao and her friends had just showed up on the second floor. They saw there was a crowd nearby, and were curious. They walked near, then found out Gu Ning and Chen Ziyao were in the center of the crowd. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately shoved through to the center. There was a swollen red palm mark on Chen Ziyao's cheek. Gu Xiaoxiao was mad at once. Ziyao, what has happened? Chen Ziyao heard Gu Xiaoxiao's voice, then got her mind back. Though she was scared of Gu Ning now, she was full of anger. But Chen Ziyao didn't know what to say now. She only glared at Gu Ning with anger, which was a response to Gu Xiaoxiao's question. Now, Gu Xiaoxiao knew Gu Ning had hit Chen Ziyao. She found it hard to believe that Gu Ning had done that, but she shouted at Gu Ning at once. Gu Ning, how dare you hit Ziyao? Are you insane? What? Gu Ning hit Chen Ziyao? That's ridiculous. A boy named Zhang Yiming, who was with Qin Zhang, suddenly said out loud. He couldn't believe it was the fact. Exactly, they all knew what kind of a girl Gu Ning was. Gu Ning was always weak, quiet, self-abased and never ever dared to argue with another person. It was impossible that Gu Ning had hit Chen Ziyao. Indeed, I don't believe it neither, another boy called Fu Mingliang agreed. While Qin Zheng believed it. Yes, I did hit Chen Ziyao, so what? Gu Ning admitted in front of everyone, then she turned to Gu Xiaoxiao, it's none of your business. Hearing this, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang were both astonished. What? She really hit Chen Ziyao? How was it possible? Gu Xiaoxiao was annoyed. She was angry that Gu Ning dared to argue with her in public. Ziyao is my friend, it is my business. Wow! Gu Ning sneered, so what are you gonna do? You have to pay for what you've done. You either knock your head on the ground for 10 times, or let Ziyao hit you back on the face for 10 times, Gu Xiaoxiao said with pure unkindness. Everyone held their breath after that. 10 times? Gu Xiaoxiao was so cold-blooded. It was Chen Ziyao who had humiliated Gu Ning first. Suddenly, everyone had a different opinion of Gu Xiaoxiao. Qin Zhang and his friends frowned with dissatisfaction too. They also thought it was too over. However, Qin Zhang still remembered what Gu Ning had done to him this morning, so he didn't stop Gu Xiaoxiao. As for Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang, both of them lacked of sympathy. They all came to have fun. Moreover, they were also curious about what Gu Ning would do next after she had hit Chen Ziyao. Oh, Gu Ning, it's you again. How come everyone wants to cause you trouble? You're pathetic. Before Gu Ning could say a word, a female voice sounded first in an ironic way, but without any unkindness. Gu Ning knew who this girl was when she heard her voice. It must be Chu Peihan. Indeed, it was Chu Peihan. Chu Peihan walked over with her hands in pockets, like a hoodlum. Everyone immediately stepped away and let her go through. They seemed scared of her. Chu Peihan was a widely known bad girl in their school. She was skillful at fighting, so no one dared to annoy her. Even Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya were willing to stay away from Chu Peihan. Thus, when Chu Peihan showed up, Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya lowered their voices at once. Qin Zhang, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang weren't afraid of Chu Peihan though. They knew Chu Peihan was from a powerful family, and wouldn't stand up against her normally. Though Qin Zhang had been humiliated by Chu Peihan this morning and hated her, he didn't want to fight with her. Chapter 21, The Drama in Canteen. Qin Zhang was confused about the relationship between Chu Peihan and Gu Ning. They didn't seem like friends, because Chu Peihan always talked to Gu Ning in an unfriendly way. However, she stood up for Gu Ning. Qin Zhang wasn't sure whether Chu Peihan was helping Gu Ning, or merely hated him. If Chu Peihan hated him, he honestly had no idea why she would do that. On the other side, Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya didn't know what had happened this morning. They believed Chu Peihan was here to laugh at Gu Ning too. In Gu Xiaoxiao's and Chen Ziyao's eyes, Gu Ning was a joke herself who was meant to be bullied. They never thought about the possibility that Chu Peihan and Gu Ning were friends. It was impossible from their perspectives. Why? They didn't believe Chu Peihan, a girl from a powerful family, would make a friend with Gu Ning, who was from a poor family. Actually, they weren't clear about Chu Peihan's background. They only knew she had support from the principal. Everyone, Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya included, believed Chu Peihan was here to make fun of Gu Ning, except Qin Zhang, who looked doubtful. Yumixi was nervous now, but didn't dare to say anything. I know. They're all jealous of my beauty, Gu Ning joked, like her beauty was really a burden to her. Zhang Yiming immediately laughed out loud. He looked at Gu Ning with disdain. Gu Ning, how dare you to say that? I don't see your beauty at all, but your poverty is quite obvious. Exactly, nobody will be jealous of you. You poor girl. Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya agreed at once. Though they did bully Gu Ning because she was prettier than them, they would never admit it. No one knew the real reason why Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya enjoyed bullying Gu Ning, but it was a common acknowledgement that Gu Ning was more beautiful than Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya. Thus, Gu Ning's reply didn't raise much dislike. Gu Ning wasn't mad at all. Then why won't you leave me alone? I don't think I've ever hurt them. If they're not being jealous of my beauty, then what? While Gu Ning was saying, she unconsciously wore a cute face. Everyone, Qin Zhang included, was attracted by her at once. Gu Ning was a beauty indeed. Before Tang Aining was reborn to her body, she had always been quiet, self-abased. Even though she was beautiful, nobody appreciated her beauty. But now, Gu Ning was full of confidence and power. It was hard to ignore her. Now, more and more students around them believed Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya bullied Gu Ning only because Gu Ning was prettier than them. After a while, Gu Ning added. And Chen Ziya just said I'm bullied because of my poverty. Actually, I don't understand why my poverty somehow becomes the reason that she should bully me. Gu Ning said in a calm and slow way, without anger or hatred, like she wasn't the one who had been bullied. Hearing this, everyone's opinion of Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziya became very low. Some even felt anger and unfairness for Gu Ning. What Gu Ning had said was the plain truth, which everyone had seen and heard. At short notice, Gu Ning won most students' support. Exactly, what's wrong with being poor? They're bullies. No one would stand still and wait to be hit. Idiot. She has even humiliated the girl's family. She's such a bad person. The crowd of onlookers started to blame Chen Ziya. Chen Ziya was so irritated that she didn't know how to argue back. Gu Xiaoxiao was speechless too. While Qin Zhang, Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang stayed away from the drama. They noticed Chen Ziya lost everyone's support, and wasn't willing to be involved. The boys didn't want to ruin their fame as well. Gu Ning, what have you done the last lifetime? Your poverty now becomes a problem in others' eyes. Chu Peihan rolled her eyes at Gu Ning with dislike. Well, in that case, I must be super rich one day. Gu Ning responded. She would sooner or later. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately mocked, "Gee. Live in your dream, Gu Ning." She wouldn't believe Gu Ning could be rich throughout her life. "I think it's possible," Chu Peihan suddenly said. Chu Peihan had the feeling that Gu Ning wasn't an ordinary girl. Gu Xiaoxiao was surprised that Chu Peihan helped Gu Ning. Wasn't she supposed to laugh at Gu Ning as well? "Gu Xiaoxiao, let's go and see. I'm poor now, but it doesn't mean I'll be poor forever." Gu Ning replied with determination and confidence. Before Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziao could argue back, Gu Ning opened her mouth again. "Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziao, I advise you both to stay away from me from now on, or you'll regret for sure." Gu Xiaoxiao warned them with a cold look. Gu Ning actually didn't care about whether Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziao would listen to her. She had made her mind to stand up for herself against them. Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Ziao were certainly displeased by Gu Ning's warning. "Gu Ning, what do you think you are? You?" Right at that moment, Xin Zhang interrupted, "Enough. Gu Xiaoxiao was his girlfriend, and he ought to protect her." Chapter 22, A Bad Girl. Xin Zhang now understood Chu Peihan was here to help Gu Ning. If he didn't get involved, the drama wouldn't end. But Gu Ning hid Xiao. Gu Xiaoxiao wasn't willing to give up. Before Xin Zhang could reply, Gu Ning said first, "She deserves it. If she does it again in the future, a slap won't be enough." Then Gu Ning gave Chen Ziao a cold look. The latter trembled out of fear. Now Chen Ziao was really scared of Gu Ning. "Gu Ning, let's wait and see." Though Chen Ziao felt frightened, she didn't want to escape like that. She pretended to be calm and left with Gu Xiaoxiao. Or, escaped away. Qin Zhang and his friends took a look at Gu Ning, then were gone too. They all thought to themselves that Gu Ning was literally different now. Seeing this, Gu Ning merely sneered, then walked back to her seat. The rest of the students dispersed afterwards. However, a girl had no intention to leave. She sat down right beside Gu Ning. "I'm starving now. Where the hell is my food?" An unkind voice as usual. Gu Ning didn't mind though. Yumixi felt nervous the minute Chu Peihan sat down. She was confused as well. Wasn't Chu Peihan attacking Gu Ning a moment ago? Why are they looked so close now? You can't let them go like that. If I had been you, I would have beaten them all. You need to teach them a lesson first, then they will stay away. Chu Peihan complained. She disagreed with Gu Ning about what just had happened. Gu Ning couldn't help but pull her lips. Chu Peihan was really a bad girl who liked fighting so much. Though Gu Ning appreciated what Chu Peihan had said and done, she knew she wasn't a teenager girl anymore. Her soul was a 25-years-old mature woman. Gu Ning would not beat someone unless it was necessary. She wasn't a coward. If I had beaten them, I must pay for their treatment as well. I don't want to do that, Gu Ning said. Chu Peihan was struck dumb at first, then realized Gu Ning was from a poor family. She immediately felt embarrassed. But Chu Peihan felt slightly uncomfortable. Was Gu Ning implying that she liked to pay for others' treatment? Chu Peihan did pay for others' treatment every time she had beaten someone. She had spent a lot on that indeed, but there was always someone that annoyed her. At this moment, the food was on the table. Chu Peihan dropped the topic at once and enjoyed her meal. The meal was enough for 3 of them. On the other side, Qin Zhang and his friends had to go to the infirmary due to Chen Ziao's injury. They didn't have a chance to eat. After the meal, it was still too early for the afternoon classes. Most seniors went back to their classrooms because they were under great academic pressure. However, it wasn't necessary for Gu Ning to spend her leisure time on studying, so she had no plan to go back. Do you want to go back to the classroom reading, or hang out with me? Gu Ning asked. No, I'm not going to study. I would rather fool around if I'm free. Chu Peihan disliked studying apparently. She would skip her classes to play outside, and definitely wasn't willing to study while she was free. However, Chu Peihan could always earn high scores even though she hated studying so much. And there would be some students who always earn low scores no matter how hard they studied. Actually, if you wanted to have a high score, you needed to be clever and active in thinking, instead of remembering everything in the books. Chu Peihan was the kind of smart girl who knew how to make full use of her knowledge. Besides, she did spend some time on studying. It wasn't enough to be clever only. I'll go with you. Though Yumixi studied hard, she needed to relax as well. Yumixi was one of the top 10 excellent students in her class. She was hopeful to get into a great university if she could do well in the entrance exam. Yumixi knew when to unwind, and when to study hard. Thus, the three of them went to a small forest afterwards. Although Yumixi felt slightly uneasy with Chu Peihan, she didn't receive any unkindness from Chu Peihan. Yumixi gradually relaxed herself. Gu Ning actually noticed the fear from Yumixi to Chu Peihan, but she didn't say anything. She wanted Yumixi to feel and judge on her own. Meanwhile, Chen Ziyou had gone to the infirmary and applied some ointment, but her face was still red and swollen. She had to go back home afterwards. The break time soon passed, and the three girls went back to their classrooms. Every time Gu Ning went into her classroom, she would receive many unkind looks, but this time, Gu Ning found there were fewer unkind looks. Many of her classmates had already witnessed what Gu Ning had done to Xiao Feifei this morning, and then heard about the drama in the canteen. They now knew Gu Ning was certainly different. Still, there were some students believed Gu Ning had found herself a lot of troubles. Gu Ning didn't care actually. She just wanted to stay alone. She would only fight against someone who stood in her way. Xiao Feifei and her friends deliberately escaped from Gu Ning's sight. The afternoon classes were over after a short time. Gu Ning went to have meal with Yumixi as usual. They didn't meet Qin Zhang, but Muku instead. The minute Muku saw Gu Ning, his eyes brightened. He immediately ran to Gu Ning. Gu Ning, what a coincidence! Let me buy you a meal, Muku said. Why? Gu Ning asked. She wasn't familiar with Muku actually. Seeing Muku being so polite, Gu Ning knew he must have something to talk to her. Muku scratched his head with shyness, then answered directly, well, I saw what you've done yesterday on the street, and I want you to teach me. Though Muku didn't like fighting normally, he loved watching action shows. Chapter 23, Suffer from Pain. Yumixi was confused. She didn't understand what they were talking about. Well, I didn't show much yesterday. Aren't you afraid that I was just pretending, and I know nothing about Kung Fu? Gu Ning didn't answer Muku's question immediately, but asked him back. Even though I'm wrong, it's the undeniable truth that you're better than me at Kung Fu. If you're willing to take me as your apprentice, that will be the best. Muku looked at Gu Ning sincerely. If Gu Ning had been an ordinary girl, she wouldn't have been able to knock down 3 men easily. She must be a master of Kung Fu. Muku was worried that Gu Ning would reject his proposal, so he added, please, I won't bother you when you're studying. You can teach me when you're free. And, I can pay for your classes, or do whatever you ask me to do. Anything. Muku said in all sincerity to show his determination. Actually, Muku hit the point. Gu Ning hesitated before, but now felt touched. She thought of An Xian. Gu Ning lacked of friends now, while Muku was from a powerful family. She might need his help someday in the future. Gu Ning admitted she did this for her own good, but also because Muku was a good guy and would be a good friend. Thus, Gu Ning replied, I can teach you if you like, but you don't need to be my apprentice. I don't want your money neither. All I want are your help and support. Ray, really? Muku was excited that Gu Ning agreed. Since all our classes are over now, I'm free, and I can teach you later, Gunning said. Ray, really? Muku asked again with excitement. It was too good to be true for him. Sure, he said. Muku repeated his word for several times to show his happiness. He would have jumped up high if Gunning hadn't been here. Then, Muku invited Gunning once again to have meal with him. Gunning accepted. She, along with Yumixi, followed Muku towards the second floor of the canteen. Yumixi was still curious about the discussion between the two, but didn't know how to ask for more information. Though Gunning had said there was no need for Muku to be her apprentice, Muku insisted to call Gunning boss in order to have a closer connection with her. Gunning was reluctant as first. She didn't like to be called boss actually. However, Muku insisted to call her boss or master. Compared with master, boss was more acceptable for Gunning. During the meal, Muku called Gunning boss all the time. He actively served Gunning without any complaint, which raised much attention from students around them. Gunning felt embarrassed and stopped Muku from doing that. If Yumixi hadn't found out the truth from their discussion, she would also have believed Muku was in love with Gunning and was chasing her. When Yumixi was told that Gunning had beaten down a man by a single hit, she was more than astonished. But when she thought of what had happened this morning between Gunning and Xiao Feifei, she believed Gunning was really powerful. All of a sudden, Yumixi admired Gunning more. Gunning, would you please teach me as well? Yumixi almost begged. Sure, Gunning answered quickly. Gunning actually hoped Yumixi could learn some kung fu to protect herself at least. But she would never force Yumixi to learn. It all depended on herself. If Yumixi was just passionate about it for a very short time, then gave up, Gunning wouldn't bother to teach her, but if Yumixi was determined, Gunning was ready to train her like a professional fighter. After the meal, 3 of them walked straight to the small forest. There were few people there. They didn't want to bother others and vice versa. Since Gunning had promised to teach them, she must show her real ability. She needed to let them believe that she was a real master of kung fu. Thus Gunning didn't hesitate at all. She beat Muku down to the ground within one move. Muku was struck dumb, not by pain, but by shock. Though Gunning didn't hesitate, her body wasn't in a very good condition now. Her strength was limited. Muku felt the pain, but was safe. A fighter must learn and grow from his pain. Yumixi, who was standing aside, was amazed with her mouth open. She now admired Gunning more than ever. Amazing. This was so amazing. Get back to your feet now, Gunning criticized Muku, who was still lying on the ground. Since Gunning decided to teach them, she would be a strict teacher. Outstanding students were trained by the strict teachers. Gunning valued quality and efficiency most, so she wouldn't allow them to waste time. Muku immediately stood up and focused on his training. Gunning intended to let Muku understand the skills quickly, so she attacked Muku with full force afterwards. Of course, Gunning wouldn't physically abuse Muku. She adjusted her move according to Muku's ability. Gunning wanted Muku to experience the pain and skills together during the training. After a while, Muku suffered a lot from the pain around his body. Though he was in great pain, Muku wasn't willing to stop or give up. He faced his challenge with courage. Yumixi was totally absorbed in watching the training. Every time Muku shouted out in pain, she would tremble at the same time, like she was the one who was being beaten. Although there were few people in this wood, Muku's shout attracted several students' attention. Seeing a boy beaten down by a girl, they were all astonished. Some boys even raised their voices. What the F***ck, this girl is too powerful. The boy isn't able to fight back at all. Chapter 24, Surrounded by Hoodlums. Exactly, let me take a video of them, then upload it onto our school's forum. Ha ha. A boy took out his phone and was ready to shoot. But before he started, Gunning and Muku stopped. Why stop? Go on. I'm about to shoot. The boy raised his voice with anxiety. Gu Ning looked at the boy coldly. She walked towards him. Well, why don't you have a try and fight with me? If the boy took a video of them and put it on their school's forum, everyone would know it. Gu Ning didn't want to get into trouble. The boy was frightened, then immediately rejected. No, I don't think there's a need for that. Then he stepped back far away in case Gu Ning would hit him like the boy on the ground. Once Gu Ning and Muka stopped fighting, the onlookers dispersed gradually. Hey, boss, you're much more powerful than I thought you would be. I am right. Muka was in great pain now, but he struggled to ran to Gu Ning. He looked so excited, like he was the master of kung fu, instead of Gu Ning. Gu Ning smiled back, but she felt upset in her heart. Compared with ordinary people, she was quite good, but compared with herself, Gu Ning knew she was still weak. She was merely as good as herself in the last incarnation. How are you now? Yumixi asked Muka with worry. She knew Muka suffered a lot from the beating by Gu Ning, but couldn't help asking when he put on a casual face. I'm absolutely in pain, but it's quite normal. You learn and improve from the pain. Muku replied. He enjoyed it so much. At this moment, Gu Ning said to Yumixi seriously, Mixi, it's never easy to learn kung fu. If you really want to be a master, you must be prepared for continuous pain and injuries. Besides, you need to be determined as well. To train yourself like a fighter may help you to protect yourself in the future, but it's all up to you whether you want to learn or not. Yumixi wasn't born in a rich family. She had been doing labor work to support her family when she was a little girl. Pain was her friend to some extent. Like what Gu Ning had said, it might be of great help in the future to train yourself like a fighter. Especially for a girl, knowing how to protect yourself was a great advantage. Thus Yumixi didn't give up. She accepted the training with courage. Yumixi had to learn from the very beginning because she knew nothing about kung fu. Gu Ning didn't demand Yumixi that she should run to school from her home every morning. It was dangerous. She asked Yumixi to arrive at school earlier, then began to run. At the beginning, Gu Ning wasn't very strict with Yumixi. She allowed Yumixi to practice according to her ability. Xinjiang somehow heard of the news that Muka had invited Gu Ning to dine with him. In the evening class, Xinjiang asked Muka, I heard that you've bought Gu Ning a meal. Why? Xinjiang honestly didn't know why he would ask Muku. Since he had already broken up with Gu Ning, it was none of his business that Gu Ning had her meal with whom. But Xinjiang couldn't control himself. Nothing, I just met her on a road, then bought her a meal. Muka didn't tell Xinjiang everything. Xinjiang apparently wasn't satisfied with the answer. He couldn't help but criticize Muku, since when you've been so familiar with Gu Ning and didn't fill me in? Muku was irritated by Xinjiang's criticism. Xinjiang, what's wrong with you? She's not your girlfriend any longer. Why can't I have a meal with her? Though Muku and Xinjiang spent lots of time together, they weren't close. Muku didn't care to argue with Xinjiang. Moreover, Gu Ning now had an important position in Muku's heart. He would stand up for Gu Ning without doubt. Xinjiang was slightly mad, but he soon realized it was none of his business, so he closed his mouth. It was 9:30. The evening class was over. Those students who were from a rich family would be picked up by a car, while the rest would take a taxi or a bus. Gu Ning, on the contrary, wouldn't take a taxi or a bus. She ran. Although the district where Gu Ning lived was under reconstruction and unsafe, Gu Ning wasn't afraid at all. It wasn't the first time that she went back home alone at night. She had never been in danger before. However, tonight was different. A black van ceased in front of Gu Ning at short notice. 3 young men got off from the car and went straight to Gu Ning. Every man had tattoos around their arms. They seemed like hoodlums. You're Gu Ning, right? The head of the three asked with certainty. Who sent you? Gu Ning wasn't scared, but inquired calmly. Though she had no idea who was behind them, she knew they must be sent by Xiao Feifei or Chen Zia. Don't you know whom you've had bad blood with? Another man mocked. Too many to remember. Gu Ning said. Now, the three hoodlums noticed Gu Ning had remained calm all the time. She wasn't terrified at all. They felt shamed, but were curious at the same time. Gee, what a brave girl. Now I know why you dared to have bad blood with the daughter from the Xiao family. This time, the hoodlum directly revealed the people behind them. It was Xiao Feifei. Gu Ning wasn't surprised neither. Then, so what? Gu Ning asked airily. She wants us to rape you, then post the video on the internet. The hoodlum told Gu Ning everything. He didn't care whether Gu Ning knew it or not, because they were going to do it anyway. Chapter 25 An Extraordinary Man. Even those hoodlums had to admit that this female student before them was unusually beautiful. They had played around with many female students before, but no one was as pretty as Gu Ning. On the other side, Gu Ning was extremely mad now. To rape her and take a video, Xiao Feifei had crossed the line once more. In your dreams, idiots. Gu Ning was annoyed. She kicked straight at the leading hoodlums D*CK. The man didn't expect Gu Ning would attack him, and even that fast. Before he could escape, he was hit right away. A scream sounded loud in the cold night, which was utterly frightening. The man bent on his knees on the ground in great pain. He covered his D*CK with both hands. Beads of sweat around his forehead. The other two men were scared, and even wanted to run away. They comforted themselves that even a broken clock was right twice a day. Gu Ning was merely a teenage girl. Then, the two swore at Gu Ning, trying to punch her with fists. Gu Ning threw her backpack on the first man's face directly with great force. The man was hit down and knocked on their van. Within a second, Gu Ning lifted her foot, kicking the second before her. This man was much taller than Gu Ning, so she almost fell when she kicked on his lap. Gu Ning threw her backpack in hand once more, aiming at the man's head. The second man was caught right away, then fell down on the ground. At the same time, the first man got a steel pipe from the van. He ran to Gu Ning afterwards. Gu Ning stepped back at once. But before Gu Ning could fight again, a shadow sprang out from a corner. He hit the back of the three hoodlums' necks separately without any hesitation. Those hoodlums immediately fell into unconsciousness. It all happened too fast. Though Gu Ning had seen it clearly, she had no idea how the man was able to do that. Gu Ning smelt the disgusting flavor of blood before she could see the man's face. She frowned unconsciously. The man was injured. The next second, Gu Ning's sight fell on the man. The minute the man walked into Gu Ning's sight, Gu Ning was amazed by his appearance. This man was extraordinarily handsome. He probably was the most handsome man Gu Ning had ever met till now. The man was in a suit of black clothes. He was around 6 feet 3 inches tall and 25 years old. His features were beautiful and delicate. Only his skin was a little pale. Probably the man had lost much blood because of his injuries, thus he looked pale now. Although the man was injured, he seemed dangerous still, especially his deep dark eyes. Even Gu Ning felt threatened. The man was so powerful. He must be an extraordinary man. Do you drive? Suddenly, the man said with coldness but politely. Yes, Gu Ning answered at once. Drive me to the Fenghua luxury mansion. This is your reward, the man said, and took out a green jade in the size of a quail egg to Gu Ning. Seeing it was jade, Gu Ning unconsciously used her jade eyes. Then she was amazed again, because there was a thick white fog around the jade. Gu Ning knew little about jade, but she could tell this jade must be expensive from its power. The man must be of great wealth. Great deal. Gu Ning answered without further delay. She took the jade over directly before the man could tell her the value of it. The man was a little surprised, for Gu Ning didn't hesitate at all. Did she knew this jade was real? If she knew the jade was authentic at the first sight, she must be a special girl. Anyway, the man made a deal with Gu Ning. Besides, the jade was real indeed, and was worth of dozens of million yuan. A deal was made based on the willingness of both sides. Though Gu Ning made the deal with the man only because she wanted the jade, the man wouldn't criticize her for that, because she earned it herself. The man turned around and got in the car. He wasn't worried that Gu Ning would regret after she had taken the jade. When the man turned around, Gu Ning immediately put the jade into the telepathic eye space. The second the jade was in the telepathic eye space, everything became clearer before Gu Ning's eyes. She felt relaxed too. The jade was helpful indeed. Now, Gu Ning had a stronger desire to collect more jade, but she had to wait till weekends. Gu Ning got into the black van without delay. She started the car and left. And the three hoodlums were left on the street. "Well, are you all right? Do you want me to help you with your injuries?" Out of politeness, Gu Ning asked the man. "No, thanks," the man answered. He had no intention to talk. Since the man didn't want her help, Gu Ning closed her mouth. After a few seconds, Gu Ning suddenly realized she had made a bad decision. She drove the hoodlum's car away directly. What if they sued her for stealing? And there were surveillance cameras around the street. They couldn't deny it. Thinking of that, Gu Ning slammed on the brakes. The man, who was sitting at the back seat, flew ahead. "What's wrong with you?" the man asked with dissatisfaction. His voice sounded much weaker than before. "We just grabbed others' car." "What if I'm sued for stealing? There are surveillance cameras on the street. I can't deny it." Gu Ning was worried. She didn't want to be caught into the police station. "Relax, you won't be involved," the man said. His voice with determination comforted Gu Ning. She didn't waste more time, and drove away. Before long, Gu Ning's phone rang. Without looking at the caller's ID, Gu Ning knew whom it was. It must be Gu Man. Gu Ning immediately took out her phone. It was Gu Man indeed. She answered the call at once. Before she could say a word, Gu Man's anxious voice sounded, "Ning Ning, where are you now? How come you're not home yet?" Chapter 26, Lung Xiaoting. Normally, Gu Ning would be home 20 minutes earlier. And now Gu Man was worried about her. Gu Ning instantly comforted her mother. "Mom, let me explain. My classmate has sprained her ankle by accident. I'm sending her home now. Please don't worry. I'll be right back home as long as she's home." Hearing this, Gu Man was relieved. She always trusted her daughter. "Great, you must be careful yourself," Gu Man said. "I will, Mom." "Bye-bye," Gu Ning said. She breathed out a long breath. Gu Ning didn't notice that the man at the back was a little upset and envious while she was talking to her mother. Fenghua Luxury Mansion was the best living area in City F. It was near downtown, quiet, and had the best location, amenities as well as environment. People who lived in Fenghua Luxury Mansion were either the rich or the authorities. Gu Ning's eldest uncle, Gu Qingxiang, had always wanted to buy a house in Fenghua Luxury Mansion, but it was too expensive to afford. Each house cost at least 5 or 6 million yuan. Though Gu Qingxiang has millions of wealth, he couldn't afford it. Gu Qingxiang's assets included his movable and immovable property, while his movable property was merely around 8 million. He also needed much money to run his company. If he used the money to buy a house, his company would go bankrupt. Gu Ning, on the contrary, had made her mind to buy a house for Gu Man and Gu Qing's family respectively in Fenghua Luxury Mansion. Gu Ning was a skillful driver. She drove fast and steadily. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Manhwa luxury mansion. The man got off the car the minute it stopped. "Drive the car back to where it has been. I'll handle the surveillance cameras." "You don't need to worry," the man said, then turned around walking towards the gate. Gu Ning didn't care that the man was being cold. She knew that was the way the man behaved. Besides, they were merely strangers. Gu Ning drove the car back afterwards. Another 20 minutes later, Gu Ning was back while the hoodlums were gone already. Gu Ning had no idea whether those hoodlums had woken up and left on their own, or someone had discovered them then called the police. They might have been sent to the hospital. Though the man had promised Gu Ning wouldn't be involved, Gu Ning still wanted to stay away from what had happened tonight. She parked the car, then ran to her home. Far away from the building they lived in, Gu Ning saw Gu Man standing at the entrance of an alley. All of a sudden, Gu Ning felt like crying. She ran ahead and called Gu Man with love, "Mom." Gu Man treated Gu Ning so well, which moved Gu Ning and made her feel guilty at the same time. She shouldn't have let Gu Man be concerned. Seeing Gu Ning was fine, Gu Man was finally relieved. "Ning, are you alright?" "I'm good, Mom. Let's go back home," Gu Ning replied. She held Gu Man's arm, leaning close to Gu Man like a little girl. Gu Man wore a happy face. The mother and her daughter went home together. Their shadows became longer and longer under a street lamp. In a luxurious bedroom, the man was half naked, lying on the bed. There were many wounds around his body. Most were gunshot wounds that had already become ugly scars. Some of them were extremely unsightly. Meanwhile, there were 2 bleeding holes on his left shoulder and waist. They were new wounds. A family doctor was administering medicine to him, then wrapped his wounds. The man was exactly the one who had made a deal with Gu Ning, and let her drive him back. After a while, the family doctor left. A man in a gray Armani casual suit walked inside. He was around 25 years old with white smooth skin. His eyes were deep dark and charming. Thick eyebrows, Grecian nose and perfect lips, all showed the man's elegance and nobility. "I've handled the surveillance cameras. Nothing left," the man said with pride, almost showing off his ability. "Great." A simple answer. The man asked with curiosity, shouting, "How did you manage to come back? And why do you need to destroy the tapes of those surveillance cameras along the way home?" "Someone sent me home, but we stole a car. No evidence should be left. So the tapes of the surveillance cameras must be destroyed," Lang Xiaoting said calmly, but the man was shocked. "What? You stole a car?" It was so unbelievable that Lang Xiaoting would do that. "Enough, I need some rest. You can leave now." Before the man could ask more, Lang Xiaoting forced him to leave. The man felt aggrieved. This was his house after all. How could the guest force the host to leave? The man was upset, but not dared to say it out. Thus he left the bedroom reluctantly, and closed the door for Lang Xiaoting. Lang Xiaoting couldn't sleep. He just wanted to stay alone. The next day, Gu Ning got up at 5:40. She spent 10 minutes on brushing teeth and washing face. At 5:50, she left her home, running to her school. Half an hour later, Gu Ning arrived at school. She bought herself breakfast, heading to the football field while eating on the way. Gu Ning finished her breakfast on her way to the football field. When she finally arrived, Muku and Yumixi were already there. Both of them were running. The two apparently wanted to learn kung fu well. Gu Ning joined them afterwards. "Gu Ning, good morning." Seeing Gu Ning was here, Muku and Yumixi greeted her at the same time. Muku breathed steadily, while Yumixi sounded weak. "How many circles do you have already?" Gu Ning asked. 3, the two answered. Gu Ning was satisfied with the answer. A circle around this football field was about 400 meters. 3 circles amounted to 1,200 meters. Yumixi had done well, given she wasn't physically strong. Very well. Mixi, if it's possible, you can have another 2 circles. If you can't do it, it's fine. You can stop right away. Chapter 27. If I'm not here, where should I be? Yumixi was exhausted now. Another 2 circles were a big challenge for her. Thus Gu Ning didn't give her much pressure. As for Muku, Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to torture him. Muko, run after me at the same speed, now, Gu Ning said, then ran ahead first. Muku immediately followed up. He had intentionally slowed his pace down when he had been running with Yumixi. Now with Gu Ning, he could enjoy the feeling of running like a wild horse. Though Gu Ning was running fast, she knew this wasn't a race. Muku knew it as well. Physical training wasn't the same thing as race. He didn't run past Gu Ning on purpose, but remained behind her. After a circle, Muka started to be out of breath. 2 circles later, Muka fought for his breath. After 3 circles, Muka was exhausted and gradually was left behind by Gu Ning. Then Muka found out Gu Ning's pace of running was all the same, no matter how many circles she had run. Even every step was of the same length when Gu Ning was running. Though there was several centimeters difference, it could be omitted. Muku was 100% sure that Gu Ning must have received professional training for years. He was more respectful and curious about Gu Ning now. Seeing Gu Ning and Muku had already finished 3 circles, Yumixi felt envious. She wished she had been as physically strong as them. No pain, no gain. Yumixi knew it clearly. Gu Ning and Muku had trained themselves for many years, while she had just started to exercise. Yumixi was envious, but not jealous. She made up her mind to do better than herself. As long as she was determined, she could be as strong as Gu Ning and Muku one day in the future. 4 circles later, Muku was far behind Gu Ning. He could barely breathe, and his pace slowed down gradually. Muku actually was physically strong. Running fast cost much more strength than running slowly. 5 circles of running at a fast pace was equal to dozens of circles at a slow pace. Even Gu Ning had to stop after 6 circles of fast running. She was able to continue, but wasn't willing to. Gu Ning, you're incredible. You can keep the same length of each step, and run at the same pace. Wow! Muku actually stopped after 5 circles. He was out of breath, and felt thirsty. He kept walking for a while, because he knew he couldn't sit down right after running. You'll get used to it, Gu Ning replied while catching her breath. When Gu Ning and Muku had finished their circles, Yumixi was completely tired after 2 circles. She could barely stand, but struggled to finish her training. Gu Ning walked over and stopped her. It's all right. You've done very well today. Let's have a walk first, then take a rest. Yumixi immediately leaned against Gu Ning. She felt dizzy and unable to walk by herself. After a long while, Yumixi finally recovered. Gu Ning pulled out 2 bottles of water from her backpack, handing them to Muku and Yumixi. Then she took out another bottle for herself. Gu Ning bought the water on her way to football field. She knew they would be in great need of water after running. Thanks, Muku and Yumixi thanked Gu Ning. They both opened the bottle immediately, and poured the water into their mouth, like they hadn't had water for many days. It was 5 minutes away from the morning class. They went back to classroom together. They planned to continue their training when they were free. Xiao Feifei was in good mood today. She assumed those hoodlums she had hired had successfully done what she had asked them to do. Though she hadn't received their call, Xiao Feifei believed Gu Ning wasn't able to fight with several men. Probably those hoodlums were too happy to call her. Feifei, what has happened? You look so pleased today. Exactly, tell us now. Yan Yulu and Wu Qingye didn't know what Xiao Feifei had secretly done. They asked with curiosity. It is a good news, but it's not a great time to tell you. I'll let you know when we finish the classes today, Xiao Feifei replied. Though Yang Yulu and Wu Qingye were curious, they didn't dare to force Xiao Feifei to tell them. It was 2 minutes away from the morning class. Everyone was in the classroom, except Gu Ning and Yu Mixi. Seeing Gu Ning was absent, Xiao Feifei was more certain that Gu Ning had been in trouble. She put on a big smile. But next, Xiao Feifei's smile froze on her face. She looked frightened even. It was Gu Ning. She showed up at the door of the classroom. Gu Ning had no idea whether Xiao Feifei knew the truth or not. She only understood Xiao Feifei's face must be interesting when she appeared. Thus the minute Gu Ning walked in the classroom, she stared at Xiao Feifei. Noticing Xiao Feifei being in shock, Gu Ning knew Xiao Feifei wasn't aware that her plan had failed. Gu Ning, why are you here? Xiao Feifei jumped up from her desk. Everyone around her was confused. This was classroom, and Gu Ning was supposed to attend the classes. What was wrong with that? Oh, if I'm not here, where should I be? Gu Ning asked Xiao Feifei with provocation. Didn't you? The second Xiao Feifei opened her mouth, she realized she shouldn't have done that. So she immediately shut her mouth. Gu Ning wouldn't let her get away with it easily. She asked, what? No, nothing. Though Xiao Feifei didn't know what exactly had happened yesterday and she was more than disappointed now, she knew she had to keep it a secret. Chapter 28, The King's Green. Really? Gu Ning apparently didn't believe her. Why do you even ask me why I'm here? This is my classroom. If I'm not here, where should I be? Gu Ning continued. Xiao Feifei panicked. She didn't know how to deal with it. Yan Yulu and Wu Qingye knew Xiao Feifei so well. They immediately understood Xiao Feifei must have done something to Gu Ning secretly. She probably assumed she had succeeded. That was the reason why she was so happy today. But Gu Ning appeared as usual. Xiao Feifei was surprised and felt guilty. Xiao Feifei didn't dare to tell the truth. Yang Yulu and Wu Qingye both shut their mouth too. They were also unwilling to add fuel on the flames, in case Xiao Feifei would blame them for that later. Luckily, the bell rang, and it was time for the morning reading class. The head teacher was here as well. Gu Ning let go of Xiao Feifei, then went to her seat. There would be ample time ahead. Besides, Gu Ning had no intention to reveal the truth. She preferred to torture her opponents without others knowing. Seeing Gu Ning walk away, Xiao Feifei breathed out. She was annoyed to herself for feeling guilty. What would Gu Ning do even if she found out the truth? Gu Ning was merely a poor girl. She couldn't do anything to hurt Xiao Feifei. After that, Xiao Feifei didn't feel guilty at all. She glared at Gu Ning with intense hatred. She believed Gu Ning had only been lucky to have escaped away yesterday. It wasn't the end of the story. Xiao Feifei started to plan her next step. Gu Ning actually received the unkind look from Xiao Feifei, but she ignored it. The head teacher left after a while. Although Gu Ning's eyes were on her book, she was busy thinking something about herself in her mind, how to build her power. It wasn't as easy as making money. Without power and sources, you could never build your empire only with money. Property and sources were an important step. But before that, Gu Ning needed to have enough money. For Gu Ning, stone gambling was the quickest way to make money. She had the jade eyes, and she would never lose. However, she wasn't able to gamble on stones anywhere she wanted. It wasn't convenient. The main origins of stones were Burma and Province Y. They were both far away from City F. There was no direct plane from City F to Province Y. One needed to spend around 2 hours on waiting before transferring to the destination. Thus it took around 7 hours from City F to Province Y. Gu Ning only had her weekends. She didn't have enough time for that. Moreover, she was a senior in a high school, and under great academic pressure. It wasn't easy to ask days off, and her mother Guman wouldn't allow her to leave school as well. Thus, Gu Ning had to choose a nearest city with stone gambling. Which city allowed stone gambling? Gu Ning had no idea. She needed to look up on the internet. Unfortunately, her phone was too old to surf the internet. Right at that moment, Gu Ning realized the importance of a great phone. As for her startup fund, she only had 110,000 yuans, which was barely enough. She couldn't buy a single stone with all her savings. Therefore, Gu Ning intended to sell the jade that the man had given her yesterday. She had already absorbed the power of the jade anyway. It was useless to her now. Once she was rich, she could buy whatever jade she wanted. Though the power had been absorbed, the jade was still of excellent quality. Gu Ning was a doer, instead of a talker. When they had a break at noon, Gu Ning left her school immediately after she had told Yumixi that they would continue the class in the afternoon. The minute Gu Ning walked out the gate of her school, she went on a taxi to the downtown. The downtown wasn't far away. Gu Ning arrived there after 20 minutes. She went straight to a phone shop and bought a homemade mobile phone with the best equipment. If she had had a good reason, she would have bought another one for Guman. Gu Ning left the phone shop, going inside a plaza. She found herself a well-decorated restaurant to have meal first. Then she surfed the internet about the knowledge of jade. Since she was going to be in touch with the jade, it was better to know it well first. For now, Gu Ning wanted to find out the quality and value of the jade in her hand. She was going to sell it at a good price. In Gu Ning's mind, a jewelry store was the only way to sell her jade. In that way, the jade could be sold out at a good price. And the jewelry store was always willing to buy a jade of high quality. Gu Ning knew she probably wouldn't get the highest price in the market, but the price wouldn't be low. But she was totally shocked when she found out the background of this jade. Gu Ning knew this jade was of excellent quality, but didn't expect it to be that valuable. It was the top King's Green. The King's Green was rare in the market, and was super expensive. A ring made of the King's Green was worth of around 1,000,000 yuan in the market. Its price could even be higher at auction. The King's Green in Gu Ning's hand was as big as a quail's egg. It weighed 10 times heavier than a ring. That was to say, if it was sold according to its weight, it was worth 2,000,000 yuan in the market, at least. At auction, it could be sold out at the price of several million. The price could be higher though. Thinking of the price of the King's Green, Gu Ning breathed in a long breath. The man had been so generous to give her such a valuable jade. The rich was really different from the poor. What Gu Ning didn't know was the King's Green meant nothing to Leng Xiaoting. In Leng Xiaoting's eyes, it was just a stone. He would have already thrown it away if the jade hadn't been so valuable. He had carried the King's Green with him, only because his good friend wanted it. He had planned to send it to his friend as a gift, but had ended up giving it to Gu Ning. But Gu Ning was a poor senior student now. She had no idea how to sell the jade at auction. Besides, there was no auction in City F. Gu Ning didn't have time nor method to put her jade up for auction. Chapter 29 Itsui Jade Store and Qing Yifun. Gu Ning was satisfied even though she could only sell it at the market price. She found an old jade store named Itsui Jade Store with 100 years of history on the internet. It wasn't big, but had great fame. Because the boss of this Itsui Jade Store was the head of the Jade Association in City F. The jade in Itsui Jade Store was also well known for its good quality and reasonable price. Thus, Gu Ning made up her mind to go to Itsui Jade Store, which had a history of 100 years. Though Gu Ning didn't know much about Itsui Jade Store and she also had no idea whether it was as fair and good as those internet users said online, she would like to trust Itsui Jade Store more than a common jewelry store. She knew the value the jade anyway. If she didn't get a satisfactory price, she wouldn't sell it then. The flagship store of Itsue Jade Store was in the antique market, but it also had many branches in many plaza. Right now, Gu Ning was in a commercial building in the downtown. She decided to go to Itsue Jade Store later. After the research, Gu Ning put her phone and the jade into her backpack and started to eat afterwards. After her meal, she went straight to Itsue Jade Store. The jewelry stores were on the second floor of the building. It took Gu Ning a while before she found Itsue Jade Store. Itsue Jade Store wasn't big, and was decorated in a retro style. All the workers inside were in Cheongsam. The minute Gu Ning walked inside, a saleswoman stepped forward to her. Gu Ning had received a polite greeting as well, though she was a student. She now immediately had a high opinion of Itsue Jade Store. "Miss, what can I do for you?" the saleswoman asked. "What's your best jade here?" Gu Ning replied. "The best emerald we have is this one. It's of great quality. The color is bright light green. Then we have this violet emerald. It's very rare and we don't have many jewelry of it. If you want, you can book first," the saleswoman said. "Do you have the king's green here?" Gu Ning asked. The saleswoman was a little embarrassed, then said, "Sorry, the king's green is the rarest kind of emerald. I've worked in this industry for many years, and I've never seen the king's green in my career." "Then do you buy an emerald?" Gu Ning inquired. The saleswoman was a little surprised now. She had no idea what Gu Ning wanted to do. Out of politeness, she still answered, "We do buy in some emeralds of high quality at 8/10 price of the market price." 8/10, that was fair. "Great, can I see your manager here please?" "I want to sell a king's green of the size of a quail's egg," Gu Ning said. "What? The king's green?" A male voice sounded with amazement. A good-looking man, who was around 25 years old and in a suit, strode towards Gu Ning from the door. He asked with excitement and doubt, "Do you really have a king's green of the size of a quail's egg?" Hearing the man's voice, the saleswoman finally recovered from the shocking news. She called the man with great respect, "Mr. Chin." "Yes," Gu Ning replied. "Can I have a look please? If it's real, I'll buy it at the market price." Xin Yifan's eyes were full of anticipation. Though he couldn't believe a student would have the king's green, he wouldn't mind to have a look. The king's green was too rare to miss. "I'm sorry, sir. Since I've turned to Itsue Jade Store before you, I'm afraid I'll only make a deal with you if Itsue Jade Store refused to buy my jade," Gu Ning apologized to Xin Yifan. Gu Ning would like to sell her jade at the market price, but she had already accepted the price offered by Itsue Jade Store. She didn't want to break the rule. Xin Yifan and those workers in Itsue Jade Store were all surprised by Gu Ning's integrity. She would adhere to the rules. Everyone thought highly of Gu Ning now. Miss, this Mr. Chin is the son of our boss. You can make a deal with him directly," a saleswoman introduced. She smiled with sincerity due to her great impression of Gu Ning. He was the son of the boss of Itsue Jade Store? Gu Ning was a little amazed. "Nice to meet you. My name's Qin Yifan. My father owns Itsue Jade Store." Qin Yifan introduced himself to Gu Ning, reaching out his hand at the same time. "Nice to meet you too. I'm Gu Ning." Gu Ning shook his hand lightly. "Then, can we see the king's green now, miss?" Qin Yifan asked without ado. "Sure," Gu Ning said. She used her backpack as the cover to pull out the king's green from the telepathic eye space. The emerald hadn't been wrapped and packed at all. Qin Yifan and his workers were shocked again. If this was a real king's green, wasn't she afraid that it would be scratched? Qin Yifan took the emerald then started to identify it. Qin Yifan was born in a family of jade. He had grown up with all kinds of jade, and was an expert to some extent. Though the king's green was rare, he had seen it before. The king's green was dark green, which was the most valuable green color among emeralds. Under the light, the king's green shined in a special dark green. It looked like dark blue sometimes, then turned into light green. Its color changed in different lights. After a while, Xin Yifan was sure this one was the real king's green. Xin Yifan was more than excited now. His hands were shaking even. This is real. The real king's green. Since it's real, please give me a price, Mr. Qin. Gu Ning had classes this afternoon. She didn't want to spend much time here. Chapter 30, 10 million yuan. No problem. Xin Yifan actually wanted to close this deal more than Gu Ning. He wanted to own the king's green himself. But Miss Gu, may I ask the source of this emerald? Xin Yifan needed to know whether this emerald was from a legal source, so he wouldn't get into any trouble because of it. Gu Ning understood, so she didn't feel offended. Please don't worry, it is from an absolute legal source, Gu Ning said. Hearing this, Xin Yifan was relieved. From the size and weight of this emerald, the market price would be over 10 million yuan. I will pay 10 million yuan for it. What would you say, Miss Gu? Although Gu Ning kind of knew the price of the king's green, she was amazed by Xin Yifan's offer. Gu Ning could sell it for an even higher price in the market, but she was satisfied with Xin Yifan's offer. If she had brought it to another jewelry store, she probably wouldn't get such a generous offer. 10 million yuan were beyond her anticipation. Gu Ning was satisfied, of course. Then they need to sign an agreement and transfer the money. Once the agreement had been signed, both sides couldn't regret. Gu Ning had signed the agreement and got the money, then was about to leave. Xin Yifan stopped her on her way out. Miss Gu, this is my name card. If you have any other emeralds of great quality, please feel free to call me. Xin Yifan suddenly had the feeling that this girl wasn't an ordinary teenager. Besides, Gu Ning's good manners had impressed him. Sure, Gu Ning accepted his name card willingly. She didn't need to tell him her phone number, because it was on the contract. Xin Yifan didn't bring his sight back until Gu Ning disappeared. He barely could look away from the king's green in his hand. Don't tell the chairman about this. I want to surprise him, Xin Yifan said to his staff. His father's 60th birthday was around the corner. He wanted to carve a small object from this king's green, and give it to his father as a birthday gift. Xin Yifan's father ran the business of jade. He had seen many kinds of jade. However, the king's green was too rare that even Xin Yifan's father didn't have one. Though Gu Ning pretended to be calm, she felt nervous indeed. 2 million. To be honest, she had never had that much money in hands in her last lifetime because of the control of the Tang family. Gu Ning was nervous, excited, and couldn't believe it was true. She had checked the message several times, then accepted the fact. Gu Ning deleted the message afterwards in case someone else would find out. Though 2 million were a lot for Gu Ning, it wasn't enough for a startup. She decided to use the 2 million as the fund of stone gambling. Gu Ning had searched the internet. The stone gambling market in City G was the nearest one to City F. It took an hour of flight to get there. Gu Ning made a decision that she was going to City G this weekend. Without doubt, Gu Ning wanted to start up her business from the jewelry industry. She had jade eyes, and could gain money without risking anything of her own. Jewelry industry was just a beginning. Other industries would be involved in the future. The Tang family was involved in the real estate and entertainment industries. Gu Ning was determined to take part in those two industries. She was going to win the Tang family. Gu Ning also knew she must take it slowly. It wasn't easy to do a successful business. She needed both money and resources. For example, if she planned to establish a jewelry company, she had to prepare a lot for it. First was the source, then the store. After that, she needed to register a company. If she didn't know someone who was in charge, she wouldn't be able to finish it within a month. Workers, like designers, managers and engraving artists, were also needed. She was still a student now. It wasn't practical for her to manage the company on her own. Thinking of all these, Gu Ning felt burdened, but she enjoyed it. Moreover, after she went back home from City G with a large amount of money, she would tell Gu Man something about what had happened. And she would buy Gu Man and the family of Gu Qing a house separately. She also wanted Gu Man to quit her job, which was tiring and only paid peanuts. If Gu Man was willing to be a housewife, Gu Ning was fine with that. If her mother wanted to develop her own interests, Gu Ning would support her mother too. Gu Man could open a small store, and hired someone to look after it for her. She could visit the store and work for a while if she liked. All Gu Ning wanted was to let her mother live a relaxing life. As for the family of Gu Qing, Gu Ning wouldn't support them the way she supported Gu Man. She would only financially supported them if they needed. If they wanted to open a shop or a startup, Gu Ning was willing to help them without payback. It was still early. Gu Ning went to a bookstore. She bought several books on jade and stones, then she put those books into the telepathic eye space in a washroom. After that, she left the commercial building, and went straight to her school by taxi. When Gu Ning was back at school, it was 2:20 p.m., and 10 minutes away from the class. Gu Ning was on time. However, Gu Ning encountered Qin Zhang and Gu Xiaoxiao when she went upstairs. The minute Gu Xiaoxiao saw Gu Ning, she held Qin Zhang's arm and gave Gu Ning a provocative look. Gu Ning was speechless. Did Gu Xiaoxiao really believe she still likes Qin Zhang? Probably in Gu Xiaoxiao's eyes, Gu Ning had liked Qin Zhang so much in the past, and it wasn't possible for her to forget him within a short time. Even though Qin Zhang had broken her heart, it took time to recover from the pain. Unfortunately, Gu Ning was different now. Qin Zhang was merely a stranger to her. Accordingly, Gu Ning ignored them, going straight upstairs. Gu Xiaoxiao was mad though, for she didn't see Gu Ning being upset. But she still believed Gu Ning was pretending to be calm. Qin Zhang, on the contrary, was extremely upset. Chapter 31: Trouble from the Teacher. Though he didn't like Gu Ning, he couldn't accept the fact that the girl, who had loved him so much, would ignore him suddenly. Qin Zhang was a selfish boy. He enjoyed being admired, and he was proud of himself being popular. The minute Gu Ning walked into the classroom, Xiao Feifei looked at her unkindly. Honestly, Gu Ning was so sick of it. Yumixi immediately asked Gu Ning when she sat down, "Gu Ning, how's everything going?" "Very well," Gu Ning replied. The first class was English class. The teacher unexpectedly found fault with Gu Ning. Gu Ning knew the teacher did it on purpose for a reason. It was said that their English teacher, Chen Ming, was Chen Ziyao's uncle. Chen Ziyao must have told Chen Ming to pick on Gu Ning. "Gu Ning, translate this sentence into English," Chen Ming said. Gu Ning was well known for her poor English. Chen Ming deliberately asked her to translate a whole paragraph. Even the student with the highest level of English in their class wouldn't be able to that. If one could translate 2/3, he or she would do a fantastic job already. Thus, everyone knew Chen Ming was intentionally finding fault with Gu Ning. Although not knowing the reason, Xiao Feifei and her friends were all pleased to see that. However, Gu Ning stood up calmly with confidence. A paragraph of authentic English came out from Gu Ning's mouth, which shocked everyone. Even Chen Ming, who was the English teacher, couldn't do the same. Gu Ning was poor in English before, but now, Gu Ning was different. English was her second language because she had received the training abroad in her last incarnation. In a foreign country for 10 years, it was fair enough that she could speak authentic English. If you didn't look at her face, you would mistake her for a native English speaker. After the shock, Xiao Feifei and her friends were utterly upset with envy and jealousy. Why? How come Gu Ning's English became so good? Chen Ming wore a displeased face. He now felt he had embarrassed himself. He had intended to pick on Gu Ning and remain decent at the same time. Though he was unhappy, he had to admit that Gu Ning had done a better job than him. So, he gave up his plan afterwards to save face. After the class, Yumixi looked at Gu Ning with great admiration and excitement. "Gu Ning, I have no idea that your English is so good. I can teach you if you want." Gu Ning said. "Of course, please." Yumixi was thrilled, because her English was poor as well. So what? The poor girl is always the poor girl, no matter how good her English is. Xiao Feifei couldn't stand that Gu Ning had won again. In her eyes, a poor girl could never change her fate. Exactly, Yang Yulu and Wu Qingya agreed. They had been with Xiao Feifei for too long to have a clear understanding of themselves. Gu Ning didn't care at all, while Yumixi felt attacked. The minute Chen Ming went back to his office, he sent a message to Chen Ziao saying Gu Ning's English was too good to pick on. Chen Ziao received the message, feeling irritated and disappointed, but Chen Ming clearly told her it wouldn't work, so she had to give up. The afternoon classes passed quickly. Before Gu Ning and Yumixi left their classroom, Muku was already standing outside waiting for them, along with noisy discussions from many girls. "Wow, he's Muku from the first classroom. Why is he here? Is he here for a girl in our class? Who will she be? I'm jealous." "Exactly, I hope he's here for me." "In your dreams. You're definitely not his type." Though Muku wasn't the most handsome boy in their school, he was outstanding enough. He was good at studying and basketball, plus a great family background, thus he was famous in 12th grade. "Muku, who are you here for?" Gu Ning and Yumixi went outside. Meanwhile, Xiao Feifei walked to Muku and asked him the question. Xiao Feifei looked shy. She now was nothing like the arrogant girl in normal days. Gu Ning instantly knew Xiao Feifei liked Muku. Unfortunately, Muku didn't like her. "I'm here for..." Muku wasn't arrogant, nor gentle, but he treated others with good manners. Thus he didn't ignore Xiao Feifei's question. But before he could answer the question, he saw Gu Ning and Yumixi coming out. He immediately walked to them and left Xiao Feifei alone. "Hey boss, Mixi, let's go dine together." "Boss?" Everyone around was astonished, and their eyes all rounded in surprise. They glanced at Muku, then Gu Ning. "What? Boss? Why did Muku call Gu Ning boss? What was going on? Let's go." Gu Ning ignored everyone who was in shock, and left with Muku together with Yumixi. After Gu Ning and her friends were gone for a while, everyone then got their mind back, and started to gossip. "What? Did I hear it right? Muku called Gu Ning his boss?" "You've heard it right, because we all have heard it. But, it's so unreal. What has happened? Who knows? Does Muku like Gu Ning? Though Gu Ning is poor, she is pretty. Then why did Muku call her his boss? Probably it's their way of romance." At the same time, Xiao Feifei was more than annoyed. She yelled to herself in her heart with anger. She liked Muku so much. Why would the boy choose Gu Ning? Gu Ning was nobody. She was merely a poor girl, and wasn't qualified to compare with Xiao Feifei. Obviously, Xiao Feifei believed Muku admired Gu Ning. She wouldn't accept the fact, and she was determined to pay Gu Ning back. But, who would be the one to pay for it was still an unclear answer. Gu Ning apparently wasn't the one. Gu Ning couldn't care less about how people might gossip. 3 of them went straight to the second floor. This meal was on Muku as well. Yumixi felt a little uncomfortable, but Gu Ning was totally at ease. Qin Zhang, Zhang Yiming, Fu Mingliang, Gu Xiaoxiao and Chen Zia were all rich kids. They all came to the private cafeteria to eat. When Gu Ning and her friends arrived, the two groups met each other. Chapter 32: Dispute Among Brothers. Seeing Muku was with Gu Ning, Qin Zhang and his friends were all in shock. After the shock, Zhang Yiming opened his mouth with intense dislike. "Muku, why are you with her? The her word had been stressed with discrimination. Hearing this, Muko frowned with dissatisfaction in his eyes. It's none of your business that I'm with whom, Muko replied unfriendly. Fu Mingliang immediately shouted in surprise, Jesus, do you like Gu Ning? How is it possible? She's a poor girl. She can never be with you. Apparently, Fu Mingliang also believed Muko liked Gu Ning. To which, he didn't want to hide his dislike at all. Shut your mouth. Muko was annoyed. Gu Ning was his boss, and an extremely important figure in his heart. He couldn't tolerate someone else attack her before his face. Muko looked coldly at Fu Mingliang. He was likely to fight. Fu Mingliang, if you dare to say something like that, I'll beat you. Muko's behavior successfully irritated Fu Mingliang. He shouted angrily to Muko, Muko, what is wrong with you? Do you really want to beat your brothers for that girl? Fu Mingliang's shout attracted people around them. Interesting, Muko laughed in a sarcastic way. I honestly don't want to make friends with you. You're a bunch of bullies who enjoy humiliating an innocent classmate. You all rely on your parents to live a wealthy, glorious life. And you're proud of it? Shame on you. Try to be independent sometimes. Muko had attacked them all, and raised dissatisfaction among them. Chen Ziyao opened her mouth first, because she still remembered that Gu Ning had slapped her face yesterday. She said, what's wrong with us calling her a poor girl? She is a poor girl. And what's wrong with us relying on our parents? That's because we all have a wealthy and powerful family. Exactly, she is born poor. That's pathetic. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately followed. Muko, how about you then? You are running a jewelry store now. Didn't you ask your parents for money? Fu Mingliang was displeased, and he was jealous as well. Yes, he was being jealous. Although Fu Mingliang had no interest in a startup and he had no intention to work hard, he was still jealous of Muko's profitable business. He didn't want Muko to be better than him. Knowing this, Gu Ning was surprised. She didn't expect Muko would start up a business at such a young age. A jewelry store, it seemed she had encountered her peer. So what? At least my family only helped me with money, that's all. Muko wasn't showing off. He was telling the truth. Gu Ning supported Muko in her heart. She had to admit that Muko was a boy of determination and ability. If it was possible, she even wanted to cooperate with him. Fu Mingliang was still displeased, but he knew the fact as well. All of a sudden, he couldn't argue back. Fu Mingliang gave up, while Gu Xiaoxiao continued, Gu Ning, yesterday, you said you would be rich. Does it mean that you found yourself a rich boyfriend like Muko? Well, Muko indeed is from a rich family. However, you can never marry into such a rich family. Muko will dump you sooner or later. Then, God bless you won't end up like your mother who was pregnant when she was just a freshman, and had been dumped by a man and dropped out of school. Now she... Before Gu Xiaoxiao could finish, she screamed out loud, which shocked everyone in the canteen. Especially those who were standing around her, they almost went deaf by the scream. Now, right on Gu Xiaoxiao's head was an upside-down plate. The food and oil were sliding down along her hair, face, and clothes. Gu Xiaoxiao had egg on her face. At the same time, everyone was staring at Gu Ning in shock. They all saw clearly that Gu Ning had thrown the plate straight to Gu Xiaoxiao. The plate even had turned several circles in the air, then right fell on Gu Xiaoxiao's head. Was this a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. Could Gu Ning do kung fu? Thinking of that, most people looked at Gu Ning in a different way, especially those who were kung fu lovers. Wow, boss, you're so awesome. I want to learn this move. Muko raised his voice with excitement. He admired Gu Ning now more than ever. Boss? The crowd was shocked once more. Muko called Gu Ning his boss? What was going on? Gu Ning ignored Muku, fixing her eyes on Gu Xiaoxiao with coldness. She warned, Gu Xiaoxiao, shut your smelly mouth. If you dare to say another word to humiliate my mother, I'll beat you to the ground. What the F***ck? Gu Ning, I'm going to kill you. Gu Xiaoxiao wouldn't listen to Gu Ning's warning. She went crazy now, and ran to Gu Ning. The plate on her head fell down on the floor at the same time. Gu Ning sneered. She casually pulled a table nearby to her front. Then, Gu Xiaoxiao hit straight on the table. The crowd was shocked for the third time. The table was heavy. How could Gu Ning easily moved it? Now, everyone believed Gu Ning must be a master of kung fu. Gu Xiaoxiao was Qin Zhang's girlfriend. Seeing Gu Xiaoxiao had been treated so badly, he felt embarrassed as well. He had to stand up for Gu Xiaoxiao now. Gu Ning, you're going too far, he criticized. Saying this, he instantly went to help Gu Xiaoxiao stand up. Interesting, Gu Ning sneered again. She looked at him in a meaningful way. Really? Compared with what you've done to me, am I really going too far? If you don't mind, I'm willing to tell the facts to everyone here, and let the crowd be the judge. Gu Ning had no intention to continue actually. However, since those people wouldn't leave her alone, she decided to fight till the end. Qin Zhang was cornered. He absolutely knew what they had done to Gu Ning. What had they done to Gu Ning? Insiders all knew what Gu Ning was pointing to, but those outsiders were all curious about what had happened. The glances of curiosity moved around among Gu Ning, Gu Xiaoxiao, and Qin Zhang. Muku was an insider, while Mixi knew half of the truth. Both of them were mad. Let bygones be bygones. You're fine now anyway. Qin Zhang was worried that Gu Ning would tell the truth. Chapter 33, Ain't Going to Apologize. Gu Ning felt like laughing. She argued him back with the same theory. In that case, what has happened just then can also be forgiven, right? Then, Qin Zhang had no reason to blame her. Qin Zhang was dissatisfied, but wasn't able to argue back. Gu Xiaoxiao, on the contrary, felt aggrieved. It was impossible that she would forgive Gu Ning. Gu Ning, you dare to throw the plate to me. You can never get away with it. Gu Xiaoxiao said with obvious hatred, throwing a plate on a table to Gu Ning directly. They stood so close. There was no way to stop it. Everyone was watching the plate flying to Gu Ning. Though Gu Ning had shown her ability just then, others were still worried that Gu Ning wouldn't be able to escape away from the plate, because the distance was so short. However, before everyone could see it clearly, bam, the plate was broken. All of them were amazed by the scene before them. Gu Ning even hit the plate, which was quickly flying to her, with a fist. The plate was hit broken afterwards, while Gu Ning's hand stayed the same. Wow, holy awesome. Muku looked at Gu Ning with admiration. He couldn't describe how much he admired Gu Ning now. Everyone acclaimed as well. Gu Xiaoxiao was literally scared this time. She stepped backwards at once, staring at Gu Ning in horror, like she was looking at a beast. How come? How was it possible? Since when Gu Ning had become so powerful? Gu Xiaoxiao, I've warned you yesterday to stay away from me. You didn't listen. Since you won't leave me alone, I'm willing to have a little fun, Gu Ning said coldly. Gu Xiaoxiao apparently was frightened by Gu Ning. She gave up for now, but still felt displeased. She said viciously, Gu Ning, I'm going to tell my dad and grandma that you've bullied me. I'll let grandma kick you all out of the old house. I want you all to be homeless. Gu Xiaoxiao was the center in her family. If she insisted, her grandma probably would follow her order. We don't live in the old house for free. We pay the rent. We can live wherever we want after we leave the old house. Gu Ning didn't care at all. She didn't plan to stay in there for much longer anyway. If they were going to move out of the old house today, she and Gu-man would stay in the hotel first. When she came back from City G, she would immediately buy a new house. Boss, you don't need to worry. I can help you find a house, Muka supported Gu Ning. Gu Xiaoxiao was more than annoyed now. She clenched her teeth and said, fine, very well, Gu Ning, let's go and see. You will regret. Then, she glared at Gu Ning, turning around and left. She even ignored Qin Zhang and other friends. Chen Ziya was also displeased to see that Gu Ning had survived. She glared at Gu Ning too. Qin Zhang, Zhang Yiming, and Fu Mingliang were all unhappy. They gave Gu Ning and Mu Ku a meaningful glance, then were gone as well. When they were all gone, the crowd dispersed gradually. Gu Ning and her friends felt disgusted at first, but then cheered up by eating. Gu Xiaoxiao immediately called her mother after she left. Gu Xiaoxiao's mother, Lin Lijuan, was a pushy woman who cared about her own daughter only. Hearing her daughter had been bullied, Lin Lijuan was in a rage. Gu Xiaoxiao added fuel on flames. She told her mother that Gu Ning had picked up a rich boy, behaved immorally and so forth. Lin Lijuan hung up the phone. She instantly sent the driver to pick Gu Xiaoxiao up. Then she called Gu Man to humiliate and blame her for a long time. Lin Lijuan demanded Gu Man that she should let Gu Ning apologize to Gu Xiaoxiao, or this would never end. Gu Man was shocked after hearing what had happened. Gu Ning had hit Gu Xiaoxiao by a plate, and even had slapped her? Gu Man found it was hard to believe, but since Lin Lijuan called her in person, it could be true. Gu Man, at the same time, assumed it wasn't as bad as what Lin Lijuan had said. Even though Gu Ning had beaten Gu Xiaoxiao, she must have done it because Gu Xiaoxiao had irritated her. Gu Man knew Gu Xiaoxiao so well. Gu Xiaoxiao had bullied Gu Ning for countless times ever since she was a little girl. Though Gu Man knew Gu Ning had been bullied, she didn't know how to deal with it. However, what had scared Gu Man more was that Lin Lijuan said Gu Ning had picked up a rich boy and behaved immorally. She couldn't believe Gu Ning would do that, but teenagers fall in love easily in adolescence. Gu Man was really concerned that Gu Ning would have done something wrong. The minute Gu Man hung up the call from Lin Lijuan, she called Gu Ning at once. When Gu Ning received Gu Man's call, they just arrived at the small forest. Ning, your eldest aunt just called me and said you've hit Xiaoxiao by a plate. You even have slapped her? What has happened? Your eldest aunt also said you must apologize to Xiaoxiao, or this won't end, Gu Man worriedly inquired. Hearing this, Gu Ning wasn't surprised at all. She knew Gu Xiaoxiao would do this. I did throw a plate to her, but it didn't hit her. The plate was simply upside down on her head, and ruined her hair, face, and clothes. That's all. I didn't beat her neither. She has humiliated me for many times. An upside-down plate wasn't a serious punishment, to be honest, Gu Ning explained calmly. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. And the apologies, I did nothing wrong, so I won't apologize. Gu Ning refused to apologize without hesitation. Gu Man knew Lin Lijuan had exaggerated the facts. Now hearing Gu Ning's explanation, Gu Man believed she was right. Gu Man couldn't help feeling bad after she found out the reason why Gu Ning had thrown the plate out. She blamed herself for being useless, or her daughter wouldn't be bullied that often. A mother would protect her daughter naturally. Although Gu Man still thought Gu Ning had gone too far by throwing the plate, she believed Gu Ning had done nothing wrong. Thus she didn't force Gu Ning to apologize. Ning, you're going to attend the college entrance exam soon. You need to focus on your study, and don't fall in love at such a young age. Gu Man intended to ask Gu Ning whether she had picked up a rich boy, but she was afraid Gu Ning would felt hurt, so Gu Man didn't ask her directly. Chapter 34, A Storm in the Forum. Gu Ning was a smart girl. She knew the real intention of Gu Man. Gu Xiaoxiao must have badmouthed her behind her back. Mom, I know Gu Xiaoxiao must have told my eldest aunt something bad about me, but Mom, you need to trust me. I'm not the kind of girl who doesn't have sense of self-esteem. Great, I trust you. Though Gu Man was still concerned, she chose to believe Gu Ning. After a while, Gu Ning hung up. They went into a remote part of the small forest, in case others would see them. Training of Kung Fu was a long-term practice. Although Muku had learned several moves, he needed to practice often. Thus Muku and Gu Ning continued to train the way they had done yesterday. As for Mixie, because she wasn't physically strong enough now, she couldn't directly fight with Gu Ning to train in practice. Gu Ning let her do horse stance first. When Gu Ning and her friends were focused on training, a post about her raised a fierce discussion in their school forum. Someone had taken a video of what had just happened in the canteen and uploaded it onto the forum. Gee, this can't be real. The plate has been perfectly thrown ahead. And the table is too heavy to move. How can she easily pull it? The plate as well. How can she hit it broken at once? An ordinary person can never do that. I believe this female student must be a master of Kung Fu. A master of Kung Fu? I don't believe you. You must have read too many action novels, but I have to say this female student is quite somebody. Oh my! I've met this female student before, in the small forest yesterday. She was fighting with another tall strong male student. The boy has been beaten down on the ground. I wanted to take a video of them, but the female student has discovered and threatened me away. Please, tell us, what did she say? Please, I'm waiting online. Please. She said, do you want to fight with me? *CK, I would never risk my life for that, and I ran away in horror. Everyone laughed and teased. There were both complimentary and acid comments. I think she just wants to gain attention. Exactly, people nowadays are eager to be famous. I agree. If she really do Kung Fu, she can have a fight with Chu Peihan, and prove to us. Seeing those acid remarks, those who admired Gu Ning were displeased. They immediately retorted. Are you blind? Try throwing a plate and see if it turns and aims at the target by yourself. And pull the table to move if you can. Exactly, shut your mouth if you can't do it yourself. I think they are being jealous. They just can't stand the fact that Gu Ning is better than them. Can't agree more. Some girls are so jealous of others. Brothers, we need to be clear-sighted, and stay away from those girls to protect ourselves. Sure. I prefer to stay single forever rather than be with a pretentious bitch. Agree. Those boys were so evil. They soon conquered the group of girls who had badmouthed Gu Ning, but secretly guided those girls' anger to Gu Ning. Right at that moment, a comment attracted everyone's attention. Is she really that powerful? I'm Hao Ran, a senior from the 7th classroom. I now challenge this female student to have a fight with me. Anyone who knows this female student, tell me about her. Immediately, the discussion became fiercer. Hao Ran, the senior student from the 7th classroom, was a well-known figure in their school, but he was notorious for his bad behaviors. He had involved himself in fights and riots, behaving even worse than Chu Peihan. If he hadn't had a powerful background as well, he would have been expelled from the school too. Now, Gu Ning was in trouble. Those who had criticized Gu Ning just then instantly added fuel to the fire. Before long, Gu Ning's information was leaked. Whoever had leaked Gu Ning's information must hate her very much, and wanted to see her in danger. After Hao Ran had challenged Gu Ning, some felt worried, some looked forward to it, and some just enjoyed building their happiness on others' suffering. There were many students gathered outside the door of the 4th classroom. Soon, Qin Zhang, Zhang Yiming, Fu Mingliang and Chen Ziya were included. They all came for Gu Ning. To be exact, they were here for Hao Ran and Gu Ning. Among those onlookers, Qin Zhang and his friends along with Xiao Feifei and her friends were most excited to see what would happen next. If Gu Xiaoxiao had known the news, she must feel regret going home so early and missing the drama. In the passage, 3 boys who were leaning against the guardrails were most noticeable. They weren't good looking actually, but because no one dared to stay closer to them, they were noticeable then. Although the 3 boys weren't handsome, they weren't ugly at all. They behaved in an arrogant and aggressive way, which showed they were bad boys. Haoran, Guning probably is too afraid to come. A boy who was standing at the right among those 3 male students opened his mouth. They were only a few minutes away from the evening class. Guning was still absent. Probably she was frightened. She can't hide forever, unless she drops out of school, the boy in the middle, who was Haoran, said with disdain. Shall we wait any longer? The evening class is about to begin in a few minutes, a boy who was standing at the left asked. Yes, why not? Probably she intends to come until we're gone when the evening class is about to begin, Haoran said. The minute Guning and her friends went out of the stairs, they saw many people around outside of 4th classroom. Something must have happened. No matter what had happened, the evening class was about to begin, and Guning together with Yu Mixi had to walk through. Muku's classroom wasn't in the same direction of Guning's, but out of curiosity, he followed Guning walking ahead. Someone immediately found Guning was coming. Chen Ziyo opened her mouth at once. Gee. Isn't this Guning? Who said she's scared? She's quite awesome. Chen Ziyo did it on purpose to push Guning into the center of trouble. The more she complimented Guning, the unhappier Haoran would be. When Guning showed up, Chen Ziyo directly opened her phone, starting to shoot. She wanted to send the video to Gu Xiaoxiao after it was over. Hearing that, Guning knew they weren't kind people. However, Guning assumed Chen Ziyo and her friends were those who came here to cause her trouble. Chapter 35, A Challenge, 3 verses. 1. You're Guning, right? Haoran walked to Guning and asked with certainty. Yes. What's up? Guning answered calmly with confidence. She wasn't afraid at all. Haoran, what do you want to do? Seeing Haoran being here, Muku, who followed Guning, felt something must be wrong. He immediately stepped forward to protect Guning. He had no idea why Haoran was here for Guning, but he did know Haoran was here not because of Chen Ziya. Haoran was surprised that Muku would protect Guning, but he still continued. I saw the video about what had happened in the canteen on our school's forum. Everyone says Guning is powerful. I disagree though. Thus, I'm here to challenge Guning to have a fight with me. Does she dare to accept my challenge? What? Hearing that, Muku and Yu Mixi was shocked. They all looked at Guning with worry at once. Guning, instead, remained calm. The boy was here to challenge her. Guning even assumed he was here because of Chen Ziyo. Muku quietly swore at the person who had uploaded the video. The person apparently wanted to cause Guning trouble. Guning was displeased as well, but she was more interested than terrified in Haoran's challenge. Guning was very familiar with Haoran's name, because Haoran was as notorious as Chu Peihan in their school. He was often involved in fights and riots, and always absent in classes. Haoran had received as many punishments as Chu Peihan. But, he couldn't have a high score like Chu Peihan. He was terrible at studying. Haoran was from a super rich family. His family was the 3rd richest family with dozens of millions of assets in City F. Haoran, Qin Zixuan and Zheng Tianping, the 3 of them was a famous gang in their school. Guning had also heard something about Qin Zixuan's and Zheng Tianping's background. Qin Zixuan was a son of the authorities, but Guning didn't know his father's position. As for Zheng Tianping, it was said that he was an orphan. Those 3 boys had become good friends in a fight. Though they had very different background, they were truly intimate friends. Guning had planned in her mind after she found out who those boys were. Haoran, how can you even beat a girl? Muku was extremely annoyed. Though he believed Gu Ning's ability, these three boys weren't easy to handle. If she were an ordinary girl, it may look like I'm beating her, but since she does kung fu, we can learn from each other. Hao Ran didn't think there was anything wrong with that. Yes, if Gu Ning had been a common girl, he would never beat her, but the video had proved that she wasn't weak at all. Muku was mad. Before he could continue, Gu Ning interrupted. What if I win, and what if I lose? Gu Ning asked. If you can win, I can do a thing for you, but if I win, you must do a thing for us. Relax, I won't let you do something immoral, Hao Ran replied. Hao Ran was a boy with principles. Sure, challenge accepted, but I want more than just a thing, Gu Ning said. The crowd was amazed by the result that Gu Ning accepted the challenge and even wanted to add chips. Although everyone believed Gu Ning was quite someone in the video, Hao Ran was well known for his outstanding ability in a fight. No one thought Gu Ning would win. Was Gu Ning being confident, or was she thinking too highly of herself? Boss, Muku called her with worry, but Gu Ning stopped him by a glance. Tell me, what do you want? Hao Ran was surprised Gu Ning would accept his challenge without hesitation. He now was more curious than surprised about Gu Ning's condition. He didn't know whether Gu Ning was being confident or arrogant, but he appreciated her attitude. 1 versus 3, if I lose, I'll do 3 things for you, but if I win, 3 of you must call me boss, and be loyal to me afterwards till the entrance exam is over, Gu Ning said airily while others were all in shock. What? 1 versus 3? The losers must call her boss? Gu Ning was so confident. After the shock, Hao Ran and his friends were irritated by Gu Ning's words. It was a humiliation to them. How could he call a girl boss? You want to be our boss? Interesting, Hao Ran sneered. Exactly, what the hell are you? Gu Ning, being confident is good, but don't be too over. Qin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping added in anger. I know who I am. Whether I'm being confident or arrogant, it's none of your business. At least, I'm not afraid. If you're cowards and don't dare to accept the challenge, then you lose. Gu Ning glanced through Hao Ran and his friends with obvious provocation. You? Hao Ran and his friends felt shamed after that. Their dignity didn't allow them to be hesitated. Cowards? We've never ever been cowards. Challenge accepted. Hao Ran answered with anger. Hao Ran was always the decision maker among them. Since Hao Ran accepted, the other two all agreed. Besides, they didn't want to be cowards neither. Very well. Then I'll see you at 1 p.m. tomorrow in the small forest. Gu Ning said with satisfaction, which made Muku feel that she had everything in control. Well, he should believe in Gu Ning. Since Gu Ning was willing to accept the challenge, she must be confident to win. After what had happened during the past days, Yumixi knew Gu Ning would never change her mind once she had made her decision. Yumixi also remained quiet. She only needed to believe her friend. Then, Gu Ning directly turned around and went inside her classroom, leaving everyone behind. Hao Ran and his friends snorted, then were gone as well. The crowd dispersed afterwards since the major roles had all gone. There was a glance of viciousness in Chen Ziyao's eyes when she watched Gu Ning walking away. She felt disappointed when Gu Ning stayed calm. Thus she hoped more that Gu Ning would lose tomorrow. The worse, the better. Zhang Yiming and Fu Mingliang had the same thought, while Qin Zheng's feelings were complicated. He wanted to see Gu Ning learn her lesson, but he also felt concerned for her. When Gu Ning entered the classroom, her classmates looked at her with worry, anticipation, but more with unkindness, especially Xiao Feifei and her friends. Xiao Feifei wanted to mock her, but the bell rang. Thus she had to close her mouth. Chapter 36, Confidence or Arrogance. Gu Ning, come out here for a moment. The head teacher asked Gu Ning to come out the minute she arrived. Gu Ning knew it must be because of what had happened tonight. The minute Gu Ning walked out of the classroom, the head teacher asked her in anger, Why did you do that in the canteen? Why did you hit another schoolmate? And why did you accept the challenge of Hao Ran, Xin Zixuan and Zhang Tianping, who are from the 7th classroom? Do you know this is a big deal now, which has a bad impact on both you and our class? Facing the head teacher's questions in anger, Gu Ning wasn't mad at all. She explained with patience instead, Professor Zhang, it was because Gu Xiaoxiao has humiliated me and my mother first, then I hit her in the canteen. How can I be able to tolerate the humiliation like that? As for Hao Ran and his friends, they will never leave me alone if I didn't accept the challenge. I would rather face the trouble at the very beginning. Zhang Qiuhua actually knew Gu Ning's condition. She knew other students always bullied Gu Ning. However, since nothing severe had happened, she ignored all of them. It was understandable that Gu Ning would fight back. Though she believed it had been too over, Gu Ning had made the right choice for herself. Zhang Qiuhua didn't know what to say. But she still couldn't accept the fact that Gu Ning had accepted the challenge of Hao Ran. Gu Ning, can you, a girl, win over the 3 boys? Besides, the school won't allow students to fight. You'll be punished for that, and our class also will be criticized, Zhang Qiuhua said. Hearing that, Gu Ning was a little shocked. She totally forgot she would be punished for fighting, and her class would also be criticized for her behavior. But I've promised them already. If I regret, Hao Ran will revenge on me. Gu Ning felt she had been cornered. My blood is boiling now. Gu Ning really pissed Zhang Qiuhua off. Although Gu Ning was the reason of all these troubles, Hao Ran was the major cause. Zhang Qiuhua couldn't blame Gu Ning for all. She also wasn't that cold-blooded to see Gu Ning revenged by Hao Ran only because Gu Ning regretted. If Hao Ran was going to take revenge on Gu Ning, even the school couldn't stop him. How about this? I can go have the fight with Hao Ran outside the school, then no one will be punished, Gu Ning said. Zhang Qiuhua was still displeased. Gu Ning, how could you be so dumb? How can you be so sure that you can win Hao Ran and his friends? What if you're hurt, and your mother will be worried? Can your family afford the medical treatment? Zhang Qiuhua had told the plain truth. She had no intention to insult Gu Ning, but it's for Gu Ning's good. Gu Ning understood her teacher cared about her, so she wasn't annoyed. Gu Ning replied with pure confidence, please don't worry about that. I am going to win them, really. It was hard for Zhang Qiuhua to believe, but she knew it was meaningless to continue this topic, so she said, good luck. After that, Zhang Qiuhua stopped talking to Gu Ning, and left in anger. Gu Ning shrugged her shoulders resignedly and went back to her classroom. Although everyone in the classroom was all ears to listen to Zhang Qiuhua criticizing Gu Ning, Zhang Qiuhua kept her voice low and no one actually heard anything. They only saw Zhang Qiuhua leave in anger. Gu Ning, instead, was super calm from the very beginning to the end, and wasn't sad or scared of being criticized at all. Everyone was puzzled. When Gu Ning walked inside, most of the students focused on her face, wanting to figure out what had happened. Because the head teacher was gone, the classroom wasn't that quiet any longer. It wasn't one of the top classes, thus those students didn't enjoy studying very much. Hey, Gu Ning, are you sure you're going to win them? A male student sat in front of Gu Ning, turning back to ask her in doubt. Exactly. 1 versus 3, that's really something. Another male student added with admiration. You have the great gesture. Do you have the same great ability? Someone poured cold water on Gu Ning. Exactly, I'm not positive about that, another one agreed. Most of the students didn't believe Gu Ning would succeed. Gu Ning ignored them, but Yumixi couldn't stay quiet anymore. She retorted for the first time, I believe in Gu Ning. I think she'll win. Gu Ning smiled a little. Yumixi made her progress. So what? You believe in her doesn't mean she'll win, a classmate argued. Exactly, I don't believe, someone said. We'll all find out tomorrow noon. It's too early to deny Gu Ning's ability now. Let's wait and see. Yu Mixi argued. Those who weren't positive turned quiet gradually. Some still wanted to pour cold water, but the head teacher returned. They had to close their mouth. In the house of the Gu family, a room was decorated in a dreamy way like it was a princess's room. Gu Xiaoxiao was in a pink nightgown, lying on a big pink bed with a phone in her hands. She was watching the video sent by Chen Ziyao, and felt it was a pity that she hadn't been there herself. Gu Xiaoxiao had the same reaction as Chen Ziyao. She felt extremely unhappy about Gu Ning's confidence, and didn't believe Gu Ning could win Hao Ran and his friends. She was gloating now. She couldn't wait to see Gu Ning beaten down on the ground tomorrow noon. Moreover, she was waiting for the apologies from Gu Ning. Gu Xiaoxiao decided to spare no effort to pick on Gu Ning. If Gu Ning wouldn't apologize, or she wasn't satisfied, she would persuade her grandma to kick Gu Ning and her mother out of the old house. The next morning, Gu Xiaoxiao waited at the stairs for Gu Ning. She wanted to seize the chance to make fun of Gu Ning. After a long time, Gu Ning was still absent. Gu Xiaoxiao was losing her patience. The morning class is about to begin. Is Gu Ning terrified to come to school today? Gu Xiaoxiao assumed. Who knows? Chen Ziyao was sure. It was 2 minutes away from the morning class. Gu Ning appeared with Mu Ku and Yu Mixi.